All rise. The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-07, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Gucati and Gucati&Haradinaj.
Yes, Your Honor. For the prosecution side is present today Ms. Julie Mann, Assisting Evidence and Case Manager, and Ms. Line Pedersen is not present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rees?
No change, Your Honour.
All right. Mr. Warboy?
Yes, Your Honour. Mr. Cadman, as you'll see, is not here. He's getting increasingly unwell, which is regrettable. Also in court, we now have most of our team back. And just for the purposes of formal introductions, I have Ms. Boxberg, Mr. Soliman, Mr. Brescia, and Ms. Rodeo with us here today. As one matter of housekeeping, I should say that I've had a chance to speak to Mr. Haradinaj just now for 5 minutes. I haven't had a chance to update him fully on matters yesterday, but I have taken instructions and he is content to proceed this morning and today in the absence of Mr. Cadman, which will hopefully assist the court. I would, however, ask that in the event Mr. Cadman is back tomorrow, there is some pragmatism adopted by the court on any points that Mr. Cadman wishes to raise and might arise out of today. And I hope that wouldn't be a problem for the court.
Thank you, Mr. Warboys. Mr. Buckley, thank you for being with us. Please convey to Mr. Cadman our wishes for his quick recovery. We hope he rests as much as he needs to and leaves his duties in your capable hands and the hands of Mr. Warboys. I also note Mr. Gucati and Mr. Haradinaj are present in the courtroom. Mr. Haradinaj, I'm glad you're better, and thank you for being here today. Just a bit of a review, Mr. Gucati. We're going to proceed with some other matters first, so just relax for a minute. Yesterday afternoon, we were forced to adjourn early due to a general network outage. For the benefit of Mr. Haradinaj, who could not participate in the last 11 minutes of the hearing yesterday, and although I assume his lawyers have already informed him of what happened, I will summarize what was discussed in his absence. First of all, I informed the parties that the outstanding decision on the Rule 1023 matter was to be filed yesterday, and meanwhile that decision has been notified. Mr. Rees proposed that in relation to his remaining witnesses except number 1248, he shortens their direct examination as follows, that he would ask each witness to identify their statement and confirm it accurately reflects their declaration. He would read the statement except for the paragraphs objected to by the SPO, seek the admission of the statement, and offer the witness for cross-examination. Mr. Rees also stated that with some witnesses there might be some very short questions in addition to the proposed approach. The SPO noted that according to the order on the conduct of the proceedings, summary of statements rather than the statements themselves should be read into the record. The SPO also noted that the statements contained paragraphs with the background of the witnesses. While not opposing the proposed approach, the SPO noted that it will object to the admission of certain paragraphs and that it will also want to verify some of the statements of witness 1242. In relation to the statement of witness 1248, Mr. Rees stated that it might be subject to agreed facts, while Ms. Bolici stated that their proposal was under Rule 153. At this point, Mr. Cadman objected to the discussion, and I promised that these matters would be rediscussed with Mr. Haradinaj's presence. Mr. Haradinaj, if any questions arise from this, I invite you to discuss these with your counsel. And Mr. Buckley, or in this case, Mr. Buckley, I understand from the registry that the network outage yesterday was solved around 6 p.m. and your client was given an opportunity to call counsel. I'm not sure whether this means that you spoke to Mr. Haradinaj. While these matters mainly regard the Gucati defense and the SPO, do you nevertheless want to make any further submissions on these specific matters, Mr. Buckley or Mr. Warboys?
At this stage, Your Honour, no, I don't. I can confirm that I certainly didn't speak to Mr. Haradinaj yesterday evening. I'm unable to confirm whether Mr. Cadman did or otherwise, but on the basis he hasn't told me that he has, I'm making the assumption that he didn't. However, Mr. Warboys may indeed be able to clarify further on that point.
Mr. Warboys?
Your Honour, we haven't...
Go ahead.
Your Honour, we only had 2 minutes before court to have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Haradinaj, and I primarily took instructions on proceedings today. I haven't had an opportunity to discuss this with him. However, my understanding is that most of the matters are agreed effectively as to areas where the statements are controversial, and there are only 1 or 2 outstanding matters. I'm able to take instructions for 2 minutes, if that would be all right with the court, but I don't foresee any major problems.
Mr. Haradinaj had his hand up. Perhaps you should go speak to him first. Mr. Haradinaj, please consult with your attorney.
Your Honour, I think it would be in the interest of everyone if I could take 2 minutes to explain precisely what is going on to Mr. Haradinaj behind the wall, like we did for 5 minutes before the court came in. As I said, we only had a few minutes, which we were grateful for from the court, but it would be of benefit to have a couple more minutes. I'm mindful of the need to proceed quickly, but it is obviously important that Mr. Haradinaj understands what's going on.
There's no problem with that. Can security accommodate that? All right, thank you.
Microphone.
As soon as he is finished, we'll come back into the room.
All rise.
Be seated. All right, Mr. Warboys, are we all set?
Yes, Your Honour, we are all set. Mr. Haradinaj would just like me to say to the court that we were unable to...
Get closer to your
Sorry,
microphone.
Mr. Haradinaj would like me to say to the court that we were unable to speak to him after 6 p.m. yesterday because the power outage and the situation, to the best of his knowledge, wasn't resolved. That said, I have explained the situation. It's understood. Sorry, Your Honour. Can you hear me now?
Oh, same thing.
Before I deafen everyone
You'll
else.
find out it's terrible getting old. Go ahead.
Your Honour, Mr. Haradinaj did ask me to relay to the panel that we were unable to speak at 6 p.m. yesterday due to the technology still not working. However, I have explained what went on yesterday, and we are content to proceed on this basis. So thank you for the indulgence this morning.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Haradinaj. I note that the panel has, meanwhile, received indications from the defense regarding the paragraphs of these statements that they wish to read into the record, and also an indication from the SPO as to which paragraphs are objected for admission. The panel will issue instructions either at the end of today or tomorrow concerning those comments and those objections.
Well, Your Honour, there's a couple of observations I'd like to make in relation to them, but I won't delay the court at this stage.
No, go ahead if you wish now.
Simply this, that in relation to the email received from the SPO at 17:52 yesterday, there's nothing between us and the SPO. We're happy to not read out those paragraphs in addition to the ones that we had already identified that the SPO raises. The only area of contention is in relation to witness DW1245 and paragraphs 20 and 22. The SPO's position is that because those paragraphs are, as they put it, highly contested, they shouldn't be read. Our submission is this. The fact that they're controversial is no basis for them not being adduced via Rule 154 in lieu of direct testimony. Rule 154, of course, does not require any agreement between the parties as to the contents of the statement. It is a procedure which can be used for reasons of efficiency and expedition to adduce the statement in lieu of direct testimony, but only where the witness is available for cross-examination for the opposing party to deal in cross-examination with any controversial parts of the statement. They're not suggesting that those paragraphs are not relevant. Of course they're relevant. And we say, therefore, that save for paragraphs 20 and 22 of the witness statement of DW1245, which we say can properly be adduced as part of his statement via Rule 154, we're content to make the to not read the other paragraphs raised by the SPO, if that assists.
And we appreciate your comments, and Ms. Bellici, you can comment now or later.
I will comment very briefly, and then, if necessary, we will address the matter again. Of course, we have identified a number of paragraphs to which we object on the ground of admissibility, because they are irrelevant. And we have highlighted other paragraphs to which we object under Rule 154, based on the fact that the principle of orality suggests that a more appropriate way to receive evidence on highly contentious matter is through the live account provided by the witness in court. And on this basis, for this additional paragraph that we have highlighted separately, we request that these particular parts are not admitted into evidence in writing, but are instead elicited through the questions of counsel.
At least initially, they would be, you are suggesting that they be by oral testimony. The question of then whether they're admitted as part of the exhibit would have to be determined by us later.
Exactly.
And you understand her position. She would like those 2 paragraphs asked orally.
Well, I do understand that position. For my part, I don't think that's a valid objection to the use of the Rule 154 procedure, because I understand that they say that those paragraphs are controversial, but Rule 154 provides for the challenge to controversial parts of the witness statement through cross-examination.
Yeah, if I may, Your Honor, just a moment. Rule 154 is based on the principle of efficiency, and adding questions from counsel on a couple of controversial paragraphs would serve the principle of orality while not affecting the principle of efficiency.
Okay.
In this respect, our submission is that for these matters, the statement should not be admitted in writing.
You will not get to this witness today anyway.
We won't.
So we will give you some guidance on this later on. We appreciate both of your submissions and understand them. So that will end that portion.
Your Honour, if I may,
Yes, Mr.
we
Orples.
adopt the same position as Mr. Rees, namely that these matters can be dealt with in cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Rees, you also wanted to discuss the timetable for the resolution of the outstanding 102.3 sub 3 matter. You've now received our order, which was the last ruling so far on Rule 102.3. The floor is yours if you have any comments.
So for this, for housekeeping purposes, I think it makes sense for me to raise at this stage our indication that despite our misgivings as to whether the witness Zdenka Pumper and the witness Miro Djukic are able to assist further, we nevertheless invite them to be recalled so that we can ask them questions on the disclosure that's been received since their evidence concluded previously. We would invite the SPO to make them available during the slot that we have next week. And I do not envisage that further cross-examination of them will take any great length of time, perhaps no more than 20 minutes for each.
Thank you. Any comment, Ms. Bolici?
Yes, the only comment is that none of the witnesses has been involved in any additional matter concerning the investigations in this case or any related investigation since the time of their testimony.
We
So
understand that's your position, but we gave them permission to recall those witnesses if they needed to, and so they will be recalled Thursday.
Please, and
if
We can take them out of order when they're available.
No, I'm just highlighting that the basis for requesting to recall them is about that Mr. Rees just provided is new evidence that has been acquired since the time of the testimony, and I just want to highlight that they have not been involved in anything concerning this case since the time of their testimony. So there is no basis for recalling if this is the basis Ms. Rees intends to recall them about.
I do understand that, and I've raised our concern about that previously, but the SPO are making no other witness available from their ranks in relation to which we can address this material. And if it is the case that the 2 witnesses, when recalled, confirm very shortly what Ms. Bilic has just said, their cross-examination will be very short indeed.
Thank you.
I'm not objecting, I'm just informing. I'm not sure if both witnesses will be available this Thursday.
Not this Thursday.
Next
Next
Thursday. Okay.
Well, we have Thursday and Friday both
Yeah.
available, so make sure they're available. One of those days, we will take them whenever they are available of those 2 days. Okay. Thank you. Moving on, the panel has a short oral order to render. Yesterday, the defense to Mr. Gucati filed a request to add 5 items to the exhibit list. This is filing F478. The SPO indicated during the hearing yesterday that it does not object to the request, but it reserves its objections as regards to the tendering of these documents. The panel therefore grants the request of the Gucati defense and orders that an updated exhibit list be filed by tomorrow, 9 December 2021. This concludes the oral order. I also have a question for you, Mr. Reese, regarding filing F475. At the Defense Preparation Conference on December 2nd, the panel ordered the defense to file an updated exhibit list indicating, as ordered in paragraph 60 of the order on the conduct of the proceedings, which exhibit is to be used with which witness. While paragraph 60 refers to the SPO, paragraph 61
Could you sort of slow down, please?
as well. Mr. Reese, the panel notes that your filing F475 in response to the panel's order contains 1 exhibit. Just for clarification, does this mean that you do not wish to tender any of the other exhibits that you have enlisted in your original list through a witness? Or do you mean that you intend to tender them through a bar table motion? Or do you only intend to show them in court and not ask their admission?
There is 1 exhibit that we intend to tender through the witness number DW1242. Such are the remaining exhibits that we seek to admit. We will include on a bar table motion to be filed in accordance with the trial panel's direction by this Friday.
Okay. Thank you. That answers that question.
For completeness' sake, I do remind the court that yesterday I raised that we are seeking agreed proposed facts as well,
Yes.
which may mean that any submitted bar table motion has a list of exhibits that's shorter than the wider list of exhibits that we raised that we may seek to adduce if the proposed agreed fact can replace the need for adducing the exhibit itself.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Warboys or Mr. Buckley, whoever wishes to answer, the panel's order of December 2nd also applied to the Haradinaj defense. We have not seen any updated exhibit list from you in this regard and no request for an extension of time either. Can you give us a reason for this?
Apologies, Your Honour. Without being able to see Mr. Warboys, it's sometimes difficult to know whether he's actually on his feet or not. So I'm hoping I'm not speaking across him.
No, you're not doing that. Go ahead.
I'm grateful, Your Honour. Your Honour, as far as I am aware, and again, this is a little difficult trying to do it across video links and intermittent communication. As far as I am aware, the relevant exhibits list had already been uploaded. However, if Your Honour grants me the indulgence until the first break this morning, I will just check to see what that position is and advise accordingly after that first break. Apologies, Your Honour, I can't hear you.
We renew our order on this matter and ask you to comply with it by Friday, 10th of December at 4 p.m. Ms.
I'm
Bellici?
grateful, Your Honour.
Ms. Bellici, do you have any comments about this? You understood my order just now.
No comments, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Reese? Okay. All right, further, the cross-examination of Mr. Gucati. Ms. Bellici, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Guzzati. I would like to put on screen, if possible, Madam Court Officer, Exhibit SPOE 00248303 to 00248304, confidential. Mr. Guzzati, I've shown you this document at the end of the last session, and I've asked you whether you were aware that there was a trial against these KLA members. Were you aware that there was such trial?
Përshëndetje, më së
Good morning. Yes, it's a reality that if you live in Kosovo and are unaware of the trials against KLA members, that would be an impossible situation, yes.
që ka ndodhur
Every trial against the members of the KLA is known to everyone, not only to people of in their 50s like me, but every single child in Kosovo is equally aware of trials held against KLA members.
The convictions in this case have been upheld in appeal and by the Supreme Court.
këtu
I'm sorry, but on the document that's in front of me brings back the period in my life which was most difficult. You know, July 2006 to 2008 were one of the worst periods of my life. In 2006, my daughter died, and then there were problems with my own personal life. So I don't know what happened during this period of 2006 because I had lots of personal issues to deal with. I'm so sorry that this document is being put in front of me to seek my opinion, but I'm not in a position to.
Mr. Guzzati, in the following years, have you become aware whether the convictions against this KLA member were upheld, whether these people served prison sentence for the convictions that were entered against them?
nuk e
No, that I wasn't interested in it. I was sad that they were taken to a court of law, but sincerely speaking, I really have not paid any attention because I really had no time for it.
If you look at the first accused in the page that is shown in front of you, please do not mention the name. Can you say whether this person holds or has held any position of responsibility within the KLA War Veteran Association?
unë këtë person
I know this person, I know his family, primarily because I've read about his family, and secondly, no, this person has never been in a leading position within the WVA. We are at some distance of about 80 kilometers from his family. I live in Drenica, he lives in Prizren municipality. So no, I don't know him.
Was he ever the chairman of one of the KLA War Veteran Association branches?
fokuxojtja përmeni. Po me këtë emën dhe kënë bëjamën Kosovë.
I dare not mention the name, but there are many people in Kosovo who have the same name and surname. Only in my neighborhood there are two. The one that I know today, he is a chairman today, but I can't answer this question because there are so many people who share the same name and surname. one is older, the other one that I have in mind is younger, so I don't know. So I could be more precise were you to show me the father's name.
Mr. Guzzati, based on the statute and practice of the KLA War Veteran Association, is a conviction for war crimes an obstacle to holding positions of responsibilities within the KLA War Veteran Association?
I cannot speculate about somebody whose name is not known to me, because there are so many people with this name and surname. So I'm pleading with you to give me the father's name so that I know exactly who you're talking about, and after that I can give an answer. So the one that I have in mind is at the moment the chairman of a War Veterans Association. The other one I don't know, so I cannot give you an answer not being certain about who you have in mind.
Thank you for your answer, but the question was different. I asked you whether, in general, based on the statute of the KLA War Veteran Association and the practice of the KLA War Veteran Association, is a problem if a person has been convicted as a war crimes, or if this person can still hold position of responsibility within the KLA War Veteran Association.
Can I raise an objection? Can the prosecution set out what the relevance is of this line of questioning, please?
I will state my case. It appears from the examination in chief that the accused has stated that he had to reveal names and witness statements because these were suspected war crimes, war criminals in Serbia. I would like to verify whether the convictions for war crimes is an obstacle to the KLA War Veteran Association and the accused in particular to attribute imposition of responsibilities to convicted persons.
Go ahead. I'll overrule your objection. It's marginally relevant, but
I will
get
move
this answer and then move on.
Yes. So, Mr. Guzzati, does anyone check whether a person has been convicted for war crimes before accepting that this person holds a position of responsibility within the KLA War Veteran Association?
Let me elaborate. Every chairman at the central or local level will be vetted. He or she will have the vote of the delegates of the area. He'll be proposed as chairman. His biography will be read out. If Husni Guzzati, for instance, and I say that in inverted commas, has been convicted on some robbery charge or whatever, he would not be entitled to the position of chairman of WVA. Or if he has infringed the internal regulations of the WVA, again, he wouldn't be able to be chairman. On your question on whether somebody convicted by the Kosovo or UNMIK courts, so if a person has been convicted, I cannot speculate, and I can give you an answer to this particular individual because I don't know who you're talking. There are 2 or 3 people who share the same name and surname. If possible, just give me the father's name. Otherwise, this would have to be left open.
A person who has been, to your knowledge, there are no person convicted for crimes that currently hold position or responsibility within the KLA War Veteran Association. Is this correct?
I've been chairman from the 15th of October 2017, and I am not aware of anyone who would have a WVA chapter around Kosovo who would have a chairman who had been convicted on war crimes. I have not heard of it so far. It may well be the case, but and should you have any information, please let me know.
I would like to refer, if possible, to last line of page 16 and page 17 of this judgment, which reads, "The court took into account the great stress and fear to which the witnesses were exposed. It should be recalled that many of the witnesses requested protective measures and testified under the condition of anonymity. The trial panel gave much weight to this in the assessment of the testimony. In the light of the pertinent observation of the ICTY in the Fatmir Limay case, quote, the Chamber further observed that a significant number of witnesses requested protective measure at trial and expressed concerns for their lives and those of their family. This context of fear, in particular with respect to witnesses still living in Kosovo, was very perceptible throughout the trial." Now, Mr. Gucati, have you ever heard that, like in this case and in the Limay case that is referred to in the paragraph that I just read you, witnesses in trials against KLA where KLA members had to be granted protective measures to address security risks? Are you aware of that?
You're asking about what occurred some 15, 16 years ago. The answer is no. I said yes. I said the same yesterday, and I thank you again today for asking this question. I am not aware, and to the best of my knowledge, no one in Kosovo has ever had. So, in general, I haven't heard, and the public in Kosovo hasn't heard of these cases. So if you have any evidence, please summon those people here to answer that question. But as far as I'm concerned, no, I haven't heard of such cases.
Is that you never heard that witnesses were granted protective measures in KLA, in cases against KLA members, correct?
I haven't heard. I've never been investigated. If I'd been, part of the Kosovo police force or you're part of your investigations unit, maybe I would have. But from my position, no, I haven't. This has not existed in Kosovo, and I don't believe it to be the case.
The witnesses in this case, some of the witnesses in this case had to be relocated outside Kosovo to address security concerns. Are you?
Can I ask Ms. Bellucci to clarify which case she's talking about?
In general, if you heard of any case against KLA, any war crime case against KLA members where witnesses had to be relocated outside Kosovo to address security concerns.
I'm grateful for the clarification.
You can answer, Mr. Gucati.
I don't know what answer to give. The answer is no. Sincerely speaking, no.
For the first time by my words today, yes?
Yes, I'm hearing this for the first time from yourself. You can point to whoever you want as an individual, but I have not heard of any such cases. No.
Okay. I would like to show to the witness exhibit P0044 the English version alongside with the Albanian version. They are public. And this is Mr. Gucati and the transcript of an interview that you gave to the Ducagini TV on the 15th of January 2019. In the second paragraph, the interviewer asked you, there are also many Albanians who are giving information. Do you harbor suspicions that certain Albanians are continuing to offer facts, information, evidence, i.e. witnesses on the potential accused people who might be summoned by the court? And your answer is, yes, it is true. We have said it since a long time ago and are still saying that there are Albanian speakers who do not wish well to the Kosovo Liberation Army. In the last sentence of this paragraph, you add, they still cooperate today and have relocated outside of Kosovo, and have relocated out of Kosovo, allegedly afraid of us, which is not true at all, and cooperate with the current Hague Tribunal. It looks like you were aware in January 2019, Mr. Guzzati, that there were witnesses in cases against the KLA who had been relocated outside Kosovo out of fear, weren't you? Afraid of us. And I'm asking, since the interview is from the 15th of January 2019, it appears that in 2019 you were aware that there were witnesses who had been relocated out of Kosovo because of fear. Weren't you? And the question is very specific. Please provide a specific answer.
No, I have not been aware. The only case is the one whose name I mentioned earlier, and the answer is very simple. No, I have not been aware even before, with the exception of that name. I have not been aware because I've never been an investigator. I'm chairman of the WVA, and I'm not interested in trying to find out who these people are. That is not something of relevance to me, no.
Explicitly referring to something that you say you were not aware back in 2019, do you?
You mentioned earlier about a case dating back to 15, 16 years ago. I have not been aware of this in 2018, 19, 20, or whatever. The only case is the one of that individual who's on the Interpol wanted list. And for others, no, sincerely speaking, I have never been aware.
Mr. Guzzati,
Your Honour, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt the
Go
flow
ahead.
here, but Mr. Buckley's sound has gone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If there's a way to remedy that, we'd be very grateful.
Mr. Court Officer, any advice on this?
Your Honor, the IT department is looking at it.
We will have to pause for just a moment so we can find out if this connection can be restored. Can you hear me now, Mr. Buckley? Apparently not. Mr. Warboy, can you email him and have him check his connections on his end, because it appears here that he is properly connected?
Of course, Your Honour. Your Honour, he is saying that he can't hear still. Perhaps the sensible approach is for Mr. Buckley to log off and then to log on and be readmitted to refresh the session. I'm unsure as to whether that works on technology, but if it does, it might seem the only option at this point.
You might send him a message to do that. Mr. Gucciati, feel free to stand if you wish.
Your Honour, I think he's having trouble, but he says we can continue, clearly, if it's going to be a problem.
My apologies, Your Honour. My sound has just come back in, so that's fine. Please continue. I don't want to delay proceedings any further, given the technological issues.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you now, Your Honour. Yes, I'm grateful. It's frustrating, but we are where we are.
Did you reboot your system? Is that it?
I logged out and logged back in again and hope the connection holds that way. I don't really understand why there's been a problem, because it's worked fine thus far. But in any event, please continue. I will correspond with Mr. Warboys through email if needs be if my sound goes off again.
Mr. Warboys gets the award for the day for technological advancement. So thank you very much.
First time for everything.
So you can continue, Ms. Balici.
thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Guzzati, and are you aware that Sorry. Can you hear me, Mr. Guzzati?
Yes.
Are you aware that witnesses who provide statements against members of the KLA War Veteran Association in criminal proceedings are still publicly addressed by some nowadays as liars, traitors of Kosovo, or Serbian spies? Don't you?
I have no knowledge that they are called as such. I am not here to know who has said whatever.
I would like to show you Mr. Guzzati, an interview that you gave to COHA on the 12th of December 2018. This is exhibit P0040. I would like to have both the English and Albanian versions, and they are public. And I would P40.
Apologies, P4 or P40?
40.
Oh, thank you.
Now, in the fourth paragraph, Mr. Guzzati, between timestamps 439 to 603, page 2, please. Thank you. You say that you do not believe that the specialist chambers will succeed, and you explain why. And you state, and for this reason, we strongly believe that this court will fail. This court will always fail. The reason for their failure would be that they have called some witnesses that I would call enemy collaborators, and some witnesses that have not been in Kosovo at all. This is why I believe that this court will fail. Were you stating here, Mr. Guzzati, that witnesses who provide evidence to the SPO and this court are enemy and collaborators?
Can you please repeat the question?
In this interview that you gave on the 12th of December 2018, you state that the court will fail because it has called witnesses who are enemy and collaborators. My question is, are you stating back in 2018 that the witnesses of the SPO and of this court are enemies and collaborators?
We all know that Serbia is our enemy and that you have collaborated with Serb criminals and some others that have been associated with them. This is true. I meant the enemies of our country, centuries-old enemies who have occupied us for over 100 years and that have perpetrated massacres in Kosovo.
Correct, Mr. Guzzati, that you are addressing people who provide evidence to this court as enemies.
The people who are real people, I wouldn't call them enemy. I call enemies even those who protested against NATO bombarding Serbia. These are enemies. Those who protested in Kosovo in 1999 when NATO was launching its air strikes against Serbia, for me they are enemies against my nation and my country.
I would like to show to the witness the exhibit P0083. It's public, and I would like to have both the English and Albanian version. And in particular, I would like to go to pages SPOE 002222 60263. If we could enlarge a little, thank you. Is this your Facebook post, Mr. Guzzati?
I don't know about that. I have already informed my lawyer that some of the articles posted in my Facebook are not mine. So I want to know whether this is really my article. I don't think that may be my article. However, if I wrote it, but I don't think I did, because I already had informed the police and my lawyer at that time about this fact of other articles being put in my Facebook account.
If we move to page SPOE 0002263, if we could enlarge the last part. This article is, this post is signed with the initials HG that are your initials. When you post articles on your Facebook profiles or posts and there are your initials, does it mean that these are your posts?
Como?
If I can see the date, please.
Mr. Commons,
If possible.
It's in page 22260. You can see from the picture on the screen that it's the 4th of July, and based on the metadata, it appears that the post is from the 4th of July 2020, and it refers to the indictments of the specialist chambers that had been announced. Do you recall having posted this post on your Facebook profile?
It is the same page you showed me first, because you showed me 2 pages. This is page 1, but there is another one, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It's my opinion. We are living in the 21st century, and we have fought for the freedom of speech. I have admitted that it is my post. It is my free opinion. I wrote that about 80% of us have been subjected to processes in the courts and in also UNMIC. I didn't want to insult anyone. What I wrote shows that we have been sentenced to 7,000 of years in prison. That was what prompted me to write this article. So I thought I have the right to express my opinion against anyone, but I didn't want to slander or to insult anyone. And from what I know, you can see for yourselves, I haven't done so.
Thank you, Mr. Guzzati. You state in the second sentence of your post that during the last 20 years there have been several indictments against the leading structures of the KLA, all of them against individuals who proved to be courageous fighters of the Kosovo Liberation Army. 2 periods later, you add, moreover, those who testified in those trials were collaborators of the Serbian secret or military service. They were trained by these services to testify in these trials. Are you stating here that all the witnesses who testified against KLA members are Serbian collaborators?
në jetën time s'e kam.
In my whole life, I've never stated that all witnesses are such. Show me, prove me. We are living in Kosovo, all of us, Albanians, Turks, Romans. This is not true, what you are putting to me.
In the following page, SPOE 00222261, on the last period, you state, do not forget that in this battle, people will be named and shamed. And in the following page, SPOE 00222262, on the first period, you state, we will find out all those who are behind the politically motivated murder in Kosovo and are accusing the KLA. Are you stating here that witnesses against the KLA members will be identified and shamed?
Your Honour.
Don't you? Yes.
Can I raise an objection? I think in relation to the quote that's put, Ms. Bleachy should have read the quote in full. The reference to the people to be named, I think the quote should be read to explain who he was referring to.
I agree with that. Go ahead.
Between the last page of, between page SPOE 00222261 and the following page, you write as follows. Do not forget that in this battle, people will be named and shamed. Those who oppose progress, denied freedom, violated and humiliated the Kosovo parliament, destroyed Kosovo freedom, which was achieved with so much sacrifice and rivers of blood. And you add, we will find out all those who are behind the politically motivated murders in Kosovo and are accusing the KLA. Are you stating here that witnesses who provide evidence against the KLA will be identified and their identities and revealed to the public opinion?
No. Here I meant that all these murders, every murder, whoever has committed it, it would be good to discover the perpetrator. I meant here that history will write about anyone, and it's good that all these murders should be discovered and not attributed to us. I don't want to defend and stand up for anyone, but I'm saying that it's good that the truth come out regarding everything that has happened in Kosovo. That was my opinion, and I stand by that opinion even now.
And Mr. Gucati, I would like to show you now from the same exhibit pages from 64 to 67. This is a post published on your Facebook profile on the 26th of April 2020 and is signed as the chairman of the War Veteran Association of the KLA, Hisni Gucati. Is this your post, Mr. Gucati?
Yes, it is mine. I can't deny that.
Without mentioning the name, do you confirm that in this post you are referring to an individual who had publicly stated that members of the KLA committed war crimes?
I have publicly called on this individual when I was on a private television channel, T7, I think. I publicly called on him that if he knows of some case, it's not anything bad to expose that. And I'm still calling on this individual. If he knows about some person doing that, he should tell the truth. I didn't want to insult that individual. You can read my post. And again, through this court, I called on this individual to come and face me.
I'd like to refer to what you write in the middle of this post, and it reads as follows. This person, together with a group of intellectuals who have the support of Serbia and its international friends, helped in arranging dozens and dozens of trials against the KLA, fabricating all types of stories, and paid 70% of the witnesses to testify in this process. This is well known in public. There were even cases when some witnesses were killed, having identified themselves, deliberately or not, as working for this structure. And all this was done to destroy the KLA structure without any evidence, but with fake witnesses as their only possibility to reach their goal. So first of all, Mr. Gucati, were you aware then that the witnesses were killed after testifying against KLA members in war crime cases, weren't you?
I didn't say they were killed. You have to read entire text. I said some intellectuals who are not intellectuals at all. This person works for an NGO, I don't know who pays him. But I call on this gentleman, let him testify without being afraid. If he has any arguments, let him testify. It's not a problem.
Some witnesses were killed after having identified themselves, deliberately or not, as working for these structures. And all this was done to destroy the KLA structure without any evidence, but with fake witnesses as their only possibility to reach their goal. Are you referring to witnesses who were killed after having testified in trials against the KLA, Mr. Guzzati?
No, I didn't mean that. You may read it, the entire text. If you want, I can read it for you. Don't take words out of context. Read all of it. I would kindly ask the honorable judges to read the text from the beginning to the end. It's not true that the witnesses were against KLA were killed. I called on this person, let's come up and testify. This is what I meant. This is very true.
You explain to which killing were you referring to of people who had no evidence but only fake witnesses? What were you referring to?
Can you please repeat the question?
That people were killed after having testified, and that there is no possibility to...
The quotation doesn't say that. If
Mr. Rees, I've read it 2 times already.
Just a second. Address the court, please.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Rees.
You could be accurate
I've read,
in quoting from it.
Your Honor, I've read the full quote 2 times.
Yes, you have.
And the question that she asked when she
Just a second.
Guzzati had testified, that is not in the quotation. So if she could be accurate.
Please quote it exactly as it's written.
I've read it 2
I
times,
know, do
Your
it
Honor.
again.
So you write, quote, there were even cases when some witnesses were killed having identified themselves, deliberately or not, as working for these structures. And all this was done to destroy the KLA structure without any evidence, but with fake witnesses as their only possibility to reach their goal. When you refer to there were even cases when some witnesses were killed, what are you referring to, Mr. Guzzati?
Your Honor, can I read the entire text. Then some.
Attorney can ask more questions of you if
Kjo
he wishes.
pyetje
This, okay, I apologize. What is written here, it's not me who said it, it's the media. Some of them who discovered who they were and who repented for their mistakes. There are some cases. That was the intention. I don't know those persons. This was said through the media. I don't know who they are. After they revealed who they were, after they repented for their mistakes, it's not that somebody pressured them. I don't know of any case.
Which mistakes they repented for, Mr. Guzzati?
po si kam vetë kur
I didn't ask them because I don't know them.
So when you say it's the media, some of them who discovered who they were and who repented for their mistakes, there are some cases. Can you explain what are you talking about? I quoted from the transcript.
unë thash nuk i
I said, I don't know why, but that was the reality. I don't know them. I didn't ask them about it.
Witnesses being killed, and your answer is about people who repented for their mistakes. Are you referring, so the witnesses were killed were people who repented for their mistakes? Is this your answer? I'm just trying to understand, genuinely.
unë përgjigjen të thash
I answered your question. I don't have any other answer.
I would like to show you one more exhibit, Mr. Guzzati, and this concerns your interview, the interview that you gave to Imaz on the 7th of September 2020, and this is exhibit P09. And I would like to move to page 9 of both the Albanian and English transcript. For the English transcript, the relevant lines are lines 9 to 9. And for the Albanian transcript, Mr. Guzzati, the relevant lines are lines 12 to 17.
Could you repeat the English ones again?
For the English one, the relevant lines are lines 5 to 9. And for the Albanian, lines 12 to 17.
Thank you.
And you were asked, Mr. Guzzati, what is, if I may put it this way, surprising in the content of this file from what you have seen so far? And you answer, what I found surprising is the fact that I saw there lots of people in whom we trusted, We welcomed them in our houses, meetings, respected them, and the likes. Now you're talking here about the documents that you had received on the 7th of September. Aren't you? Okay. Aren't you, Mr. Guzzati, stating here that you recognized in the confidential documents names of people who you trusted and who do not long deserve to be trusted?
jo s'kam folë
No, I wasn't referring to people I knew. These were surprising statements on line 18. we see a reference to the legend of Commander Adem Yashari. So this is what I was referring to. This was surprising. As far as names are concerned, no, I wasn't aware of any of them.
And Mr. Guzzati, on the following page, on page 10 of this, I will just move on. One moment.
It's time to take a break.
Okay, let's take a break then.
All right, fine.
That's fine. Thank you.
We will reconvene at 11:30. We'll be in adjournment till then. Thank you very much.
All right. All rise.
Be seated. Ms. Bolici, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to show to Mr. Guzzati page 12 of the transcript that is already in front of us, still from the interview with him as of the 7th of September. And it's lines 2 to 17 of the English transcripts and 12 to 27 of the Albanian transcripts. Page 12.
Page 12.
And you stated, Mr. Guzzati, in the course of the same interview, they are trying, via some witnesses, or I would say some Albanian speakers, or I would say publicly, some traitors of our country, without, then later on, at line 12 of the English translation and line 21 of the Albanian version, this is that the special court is trying to justify its own existence and the work they do, the money that it has spent, and to find somebody and to put them in the dock, and to find an Albanian speaker or a traitor or a Serb, and they stand up and lie, saying that such and such have done this and that, without them having done such things. This is it. This is what I think. Are you addressing here, Mr. Guzzati, witnesses who have provided evidence to the SIDF, SPO, as traitors of your country, aren't you?
Microphone for witness, please.
Microphone for the speaker.
Microphone for the witness, please. The Albanian speaker is a term that we use with no differentiation between Albanian Serbs, Turks, or whatever. Whilst traitors, I always had in mind that person whose name I'm not being allowed to mention, the one who's, amongst others, responsible for the rape of our women.
You had in mind this one person when you were making such statements in your multiple interviews. Is this correct?
Yes, that is correct. It's a well-known name. It's somebody who's on the Interpol's most wanted list, and he's known very well. He's known about the massacre in Jakovin Mayor. He's well known about the rape of our mothers, daughters, and so his name is very, very public.
I would like to move, please, to page 11 of the same transcript. And it is line 7 to 17 of the English version. And let me see. And it's from line 16 of the Albanian versions. And you were asked, so you suspect that there are fabrications? And the answer, a lot. There are a lot of fabrication. It's unbelievable. There are a lot. And you were asked, how come these fabrications could be made from people that you say that you trusted? And later on, you answer, and I'm starting from line 15 of the English version, but they've spoken about their war comrades or co-fighters or civilians that have said something about the KLA, about a commander or a member of the KLA. Are you stating here, Mr. Guzzati, that you recognized names and statements of people you trusted and that these people had provided fabrications to the investigative authorities, aren't you?
Mr. Commonseal and
Would you kindly ask the question again, please?
View. Are you answering to the interviewer by saying that you had identified in the documents that you distributed on the 7th of September names and statements of people that you trusted and that these people had provided fabrications, false information to the investigative authorities? Is this what you're stating here?
Your name not come.
No, I did not mention a single name. The Image TV program is public and publicly available. I haven't mentioned a single name. I have said that I've come across a statement that has taken me completely by surprise, but I have not mentioned a single name. I did not know a single one, and neither did I mention any names. I have, as I've said in that statement, there are quite a few lies, but I have not mentioned a single name, no.
These lies were provided, according to you, by people that you trusted. Is this correct, Mr. Guzzati?
The lies were by the liars, those who wanted to tell untruths. If I'd known them, I would be able to proffer names here, but I don't. However, I am right in exercising my right to think that they have been lying.
People have been, that the statements that you read contained lies. How did you assess that?
They gave statements during the Serbian occupation of Kosovo. Maybe they gave that statement during that period of time. Or the alternative is that they chose to lie. It's their choice. However, I am not aware of the names. I don't know any names or surnames. Had I known any of them, I wouldn't have hesitated to give the name here.
Mr. Guzzati, you said that you recognized in the materials that you distributed in the 7th of September a number of lies of fabrication. And I'm asking, how did you establish that the information contained in these statements were lies and fabrications?
I came to the conclusion because the KLA, even theoretically speaking, would not have been capable of any massacre of killing any citizens, Serbs or otherwise. The international forces, NATO and so on, are fully aware of this. The KLA was not capable, theoretically or practically speaking, of being able to carry that out, and that's why I have reached the conclusion that this was a simple lie.
Mr. Guzzati, that whoever provides evidence against the KLA provides untruthful evidence. Is this your testimony?
I have never said that before. If there is evidence and arguments out there, and I'm referring to the individual I mentioned earlier, there is no reason to hide from anyone or from anything, and I extend that public appeal to that same individual again. And no, I haven't said that kind of thing before.
Did you establish that the information that you read in the witness statements were in fact lies?
Nëse doni
Are you trying to infringe my right to think freely and to analyze the situation? That's what I thought, and I think I'm right in my right to do so. If you want to infringe my right, please say so.
What kind of information did you analyze? Did you read every statement, every fact that was included in these 1,000 pages that you distributed to the press to assess that there were lies in there?
It would take a year to read 1,000 pages, as you're suggesting. I haven't read more than 7. So not 1,000. So it's only that document which caught my eye, and the document that refers to the legendary commander Adem Yashari. And I said, this contains lies. That's what I said. This is a fabrication. You see there the background of the legendary commander Adem Yashari, a person who was only known in his vicinity, in his village. And that is what I'm referring to. I'm referring to that document that talks about the biography of the legendary commander Adem Yashari.
You distributed 1,000 pages to the press, about 1,000 pages to the press. You had no clue. You did not assess whether witness statements included therein contained truthful information or lies. Is this correct?
First and foremost, I'm sorry that you say distributed. We have not distributed anything. We've placed the documents on the table. Whoever wanted to take it was free to do so. That's one. Secondly, I've told the media and everyone else that names should not be made public, which is what I've been abiding by throughout my life, that you need to protect the privacy of anyone, be it a Serb, an Albanian, a Roma, an Ashkali, which is, and that has been a standard I've been abiding by throughout.
And when you did so, when you made available about 1,000 pages of documents to the press, you had no information, no clue whether the witness statements contained therein contained truthful information or not, did you?
I said I did not go through the 1,000 pages. I have no idea whether they contained statements or other notes. They were made available on that table. What I said was that I chanced upon the document talking about the commander, which took me by surprise and which said it's full of lies and fabrications. The other documents, no, I'm afraid I haven't checked to see what they contained.
So, Mr. Gucati, in the course of the 7th of September, you told the public that the documents that you were making available to the press contained witness statements and names, and you, in fact, made available these documents to those in attendance at the press conference, and you addressed witnesses as traitors, collaborators, and Albanian speakers. When you did so, did you give any consideration to the consequences that your words and actions would have on witnesses? Anybody who had provided any statement to the SITF or SPO up to that time?
Let me repeat. Those who are against my country, and those who protested against the NATO bombardment against the Serbs, they are enemies of my country, and that is what I've thought throughout. I have attracted the attention of everyone in the media saying that the privacy of every single individual needs to be protected. Whilst those who protested against my country, who protested against the NATO bombardment, they are enemies of my country, and I thank NATO for carrying out that campaign.
Documents containing witness statements to the persons in attendance at the press conference on the 7th of September, did you give any consideration to the effects of your actions and words on witnesses who had provided statements to the SIDF or SPO up to that point? Please answer this question.
No, I never thought that I was threatening any single witness. I have never done that throughout my life, because I don't know who they are. Hüsnü Gucati has never threatened anyone. If you find any evidence, I would plead guilty to that, but you will never be able to find anything of the sort. I've never done that via the press, my interviews, or other media appearances. That is my answer.
Stated on that occasion that names and statements were being made available to whoever wanted to take these documents. And you address these persons as traitors. Do you think this might have generated fears or stress or security concerns for anybody who up to that point had cooperated with the SIDF or SPO?
I'm sorry, but even through the media and from the detention unit where I find myself, I have called on witnesses to give evidence so that everything comes out into the open. I don't know where you found what you're referring to. I've never threatened anyone. Those who are against my country and against NATO, these are enemies of my country, and I can repeat that 1,000 times. However, I am the one who has made frequent calls through interviews and other appearances in media portals for witnesses to come forward to give you the information that you seek.
You took no steps to redact witness names from the documents you were making available to the press. Is this correct?
I do not copy or redact documents. I haven't drafted them. They leaked from your office. And in fact, I thank the media who did not reveal the names. So the names, in a manner of speaking, never came out, so those documents were redacted somehow.
Withhold the statements of witnesses and their names, and you chose not to do so. Is this correct?
What we did is ask the media not to make public names or statements, and that is correct.
At the same time, while providing the documents containing witness names and statements. Is this correct?
In every single appearance, me and my friends have frequently asked for the names not to be made public. I don't think that we have ever told anyone to take the documents and publish the names. That has never occurred.
Aware that witness testimony is an essential part of criminal proceedings as well as war crimes cases against KLA members, don't you?
Let me say, that I'm not aware of a single case of a witness who has come out and claimed that his identity has been revealed. In the past, at least in the past 15 months that I've been in jail, I have not heard of a single case of a witness who has claimed that his identity has been revealed.
Was different. Are you aware that witness testimony is an important part of criminal proceedings, including against KLA members? Do you know that?
It's precisely because it was significant that we did not publish the names of the statements, and that is true. So we have protected that individual by not revealing the name or publishing the statements.
Thank you. Mr. Gucati, in the course of the 3 press conferences of the 8th, 17th, and 17th and 22nd of September, did you authorize Nazim Haradinaj to say everything that he said in each of these press conferences? Is this correct?
Nee, nuk bujmë autorizimin se s'kem nevojë.
We do not authorize anyone. There's no need. I'm the chairman of the organization. He's my deputy. We had a statement of what needs to be made to the media. We said that we have invited journalists to a press conference. We had no idea what questions would be asked, so there's no authorization or no need. So there has been no need to have that kind of authorization. But I have supported everything that he said.
Thank you. And you have supported everything that he said in all 3 press conferences. Is this correct?
Duke besu punën.
Given his background and of his family, 37 years in jail and so on and so forth, knowing that Nazim would never make a mistake because of his code of ethics and his morality that has led his name, I have always supported him. And I know that he has not mentioned a single name or revealed any statement that would cause harm to any witness. At least that is what I know about this.
At paragraph 20 of the statement that you provided to your counsel, you stated, I then gave the floor to Nazim. I did not think Nazim would say anything unlawful. Did in fact Nazim Haradinaj say anything unlawful in the course of this particular press conference?
O shumë rrallë që unë kam hapë takimin.
I opened the meeting. I've opened all the meetings as a matter of course. And however, sometimes I was poorly because I suffer from diabetes. I opened the meeting and I passed the floor to Nazim Haradinaj, who said what he had in his mind. From what I was able to observe, I don't think that there was any word that would be deemed as illegal or any threat whatsoever to anyone.
Haradinaj said at the press conferences or in his public appearances that have been disclosed to you in this case that you wish to disavow.
Nuk e kuptova pyetjen në edhe nëse ka mundësi.
I did not understand the question. Can you please repeat it? Because I think that it was left unfinished.
Is there anything that Nazim Haradinaj stated in the 3 press conferences or in other public appearances in relation to the documents that were made available by the KLA War Veteran Association to those attending the press conferences that you wish to disavow?
Nuk e besoj si ko, s'kam dëgju diçka se unë do të...
I don't think so. I don't think I've heard a single thing because I would have said it there and then that had he made a mistake. So I don't think that Nassim, at this age of his and his past, would have made a mistake regarding the documents leaked from your offices. I don't think that Nassim ever made a mistake. I cannot recall his speech in its entirety, but I don't believe that he made a mistake either.
In relation to the other public appearances that Nazim Haradinaj made throughout the period between the press conferences, between the 7th and the 22nd of September, did you hear or become aware of, and 25th of September, did you hear or become aware of any statement that you disagreed with, that you think should have not been made on behalf of the KLA War Veteran Association?
Nuk e di që...
I'm not aware of any statement that Nassim would have made, and I'm referring to the 3 joint appearances in these press conferences. So I don't think that he's made a statement that would harm the WVA. Nassim is not a child of 10 or so. He's over 55, so I don't think that he would have been able to make the mistake that we think about.
So you never became aware that in any of the other public appearances of Mr. Nazim Haradinaj, he made any statement that you disagreed with?
I raise an objection to this. I have criticised in the past questions that appear to me to effectively be a memory challenge, and this is a clear example of what, in my submission, is an unfair approach to questioning. Asking him to recall events and he's not present, all statements made by Mr. Haradinaj, I think, is a gross unfairness. If there's any particular passage on any of the transcripts, the exhibits that Ms. Bellici wishes to put to Mr. Gucati and ask him for his to answer in relation to any specific part of the transcripts, then she should do that. But I do object to this unfair approach.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Your objection's overruled. It was a fair question. She asked him if he had become aware. Go ahead.
Mr. Gucati, you and Mr. Haradinaj gave a number of interviews to the TV and the press between the 7th and the 25th of September 2020. Do you recall, did you become aware of any occasion when Nazim Haradinaj said something that he shouldn't have said, in your opinion, that you wouldn't share, that you would consider wrong to say?
Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honour,
Robles.
I'm sorry to rise on this, but I'd just like to object to this line of questioning on the basis that the matters that Ms. Bellici is going to are really questions for the court. Have you got your...
I can hear.
Questions for the court and or those for Mr. Haradinaj, and we would object on that basis.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Mr. Gucati, between 7th and 25th of September, did Nazim Haradinaj say anything in public that you wish to disavow?
Nderumin e se kom...
Please, Nassim has given numerous interviews. Can you kindly point us to the date, the time, the media outlet where the interview was held? Both of us, we gave numerous interviews, so it would be nice to be able to recall those events. I don't know which one in particular. You're saying from 7th to the 22nd, but what time of day? I wouldn't be able to remember just like that because I could make a mistake. But from what I have been able or what I was able at the time to follow, I don't think that he's made a mistake, no.
Gucati, you were following the public appearances of Mr. Haradinaj. Was he speaking on behalf of the KLA War Veteran Association?
I didn't follow all of the debates on TV. I didn't have time. I couldn't sit in front of the TV because I had to work. I have a family, I have to work. So I didn't follow all the debates.
And of the ones that you have followed, of what you remember, did you notice anything that you believe he shouldn't have said? Something that you consider wrong to have said?
I already said I don't know and I don't believe so. I said earlier, I don't know. Oh, what I did here, I don't think he said anything, at least from what I heard, when I was present.
I would like to show you, Mr. Guzzati, the transcript of the first press conference, and in particular this exhibit P0001, and I would like to have the English and Albanian version side by side, and the relevant page is page 3. Redacted version, please. No, Mr. Guzzati, in the middle of this page, right before the black box that you see on screen, this is the part when Mr. Haradinaj stated, these notes, these names, this surname, they must now know that they are known names and that no one is unknown. Because the exact place, the exact summon, the statement when he has given it, the next statement when he has given it, are all shown here. Now, did you stand by Mr. Haradinaj here when he referred to witnesses and stated that they would no longer be unknown because their exact statements were being shared with those in attendance to the press conference? Is this correct?
Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honour,
Royce.
just for the record, can I be clear when this is from? I just looked at the transcripts, and apologies if I've missed it, but Ms. Bellici hasn't explained when this transcript is from.
It's the first press conference of the 7th of September 2020. It's exhibit P1.
Thank you.
Mr. Guzzati, you stood here by Mr. Haradinaj when he referred to witnesses and stated that they would no longer be unknown because their exact statements were being shared with those in attendance at the press conference. Is it correct?
I didn't hear that. Maybe you are looking at another transcript. I see here David Schinderman. Maybe I shouldn't mention them. I don't have anything else written here.
If you look at the page in front of you, in the middle of the page, right before the black boxes, there is a part that states, I think it starts from, it says in Albanian, de keto shenime, apologies for my pronunciation. Did you find the relevant part?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Mr. Haradinaj stated that the names of all the person who had been summoned would not be unknown any longer because their exact place of the interview would now be known. You found nothing wrong with it, did you?
مساء
From what I'm reading, I don't think it was anything wrong, because Nassim didn't mention any specific name, didn't read any specific statement or witness or venue where they gave the statement. So I believe that he didn't violate any procedure, and this is what is written here too. What Nassim said is accurate, but he didn't mention any names of witnesses.
Thank you. And if we could please move to page 5 of this transcript. Now, if you look, Mr. Haradinaj, towards the middle of the page, the sentence that starts with the word Ede Tash Te Shohim, apologies again for my pronunciation. Did you find the relevant excerpt? I will read it in English and perhaps the translation will assist. When Nazim Haradinaj said, "We do have a copy though, and we will protect it in the name of God, and we will give you as many copies as you want. You can read as many names as you want in here. There will no longer be the need to say, you know, this person said this person said that. Let's see now, let's see your courage, our courage, the courage of the members of the parliament." When Nazim Haradinaj said that, Mr. Gucati, you agreed that the person in attendance should read names of witnesses and taking copies of documents containing witness names, didn't you?
Nassim said here, you shouldn't reveal the names. I think you should read all of it. Even though we have a copy, we will protect it in the name of God. But we can give you as many copies as you need. But you shouldn't dare, meaning that you should not reveal the names. This is what he meant. The copies, all the copies were on the table where we held the press conference, and whoever wanted to take photos and get copies, get some of them, they could.
Please point to the particular sentence you're referring to when Nazim Haradinaj said...
Yes, Nassim Haradinaj said, you should not read out the names. Not you should read, but you should not read the names.
Didn't he say you can read as many names as you want in here? I don't see the word not in this sentence. Is there a word not in this sentence, Mr. Gucati?
In this sentence, there are copies. I can give you as many copies as you want. Not you should read. You should, I would kindly ask the translator to translate the text properly as it is written in Albanian language.
I have the following. We will give you as many copies as you want. And the following sentence is, you can read as many names as you want in here. Is this correct?
It is correct. From what I can say is this. He doesn't say you can. I'm not a linguist, but I understand Albanian.
Nothing wrong in what he said in this part of the press conference. Is this correct?
I don't think there is nothing wrong. in this conference because he didn't mention any names. I don't want to stand up for Nassim because both of us are adults. I don't want to protect him. But I think that since he did not mention any names and then cautioned the media not to make any names public, this is what I think. But we are both accused here. I think that Nassim didn't commit any offense. This is my opinion.
I would like to move to the third press conference, and it's exhibit P0035, and I would like Your Honor to go briefly in private session for about 5 minutes, if possible.
To protect names?
Yes.
We will go into private session. So, Mr. Buckley, we remind you that you will lose the audio when we go into private session, but you can read the transcript.
Your Honor, I'm grateful for that indication, and as has already been expressed, I must put on record my objection to the fact that I am not able to be party to any matter that is taking place in private session. It is not conducive to fairness, both on the advocates or indeed Mr. Haradinaj. I take note of the panel's point, and I acknowledge that. However, as noted, Your Honor, I do have to make that objection formal.
Understood. Your objection's overruled. We will go into private session. I'm sorry, Mr. Buckley, do you have, are you in private session already? Do have access to the transcript, am I correct?
No, Your Honor.
You don't have access?
I have access to the transcript after the event, but I don't have access to the transcripts immediately. And this was one of the reasons upon which the objection was raised before proceedings started and before we were aware that Mr. Cadman wouldn't be in a position to attend. As
Mr. Buckley, you have Transcend, which gives you live access to the transcript as it is occurring.
I'm grateful, Your Honor. I will try and locate that. As noted, Mr. Warboys is in court in any event.
Okay, but I want to make sure that you understand what you have available to you.
I acknowledge that, Your Honor, and I take that on board.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warboys, you are present. Thank you for waiting. Go ahead, Ms. Balici, as soon as we are in private session.
Your Honors, we're back in public session.
And I would like to show to the witness Exhibit P6, both the English and the Albanian version, and they are public. And I would like to move, please, to page 26. No. Your Honor, if you don't mind, I would prefer to have a slightly earlier lunch break and, if possible, resume slightly earlier after the break. When I would like to have a break now, if possible, and resume after the lunch break.
Resume earlier also.
Microphone for his honor, please.
Sorry. You want to resume earlier and break earlier.
Yeah, it's 8 minutes. Yeah.
Is there some reason we have to do this now?
No, there is no particular reason. I would prefer to reorganize, but I can move on if we want to save these 8 minutes.
Let's go on for the time being.
Okay. I thought the break was at 12:30. That's why I was. Instead, it's at 1. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I will move to a slightly different topic, Mr. Gucati, and I would like to ask you whether would like to refer to paragraph 59 of your statement. Where you state, I was advised by Tom Gashi that I was acting lawfully unless I named a witness, and I was therefore very careful to avoid doing this. You claim that Tom Gashi advised you that you were acting lawfully unless you named a witness. Can you tell us, please, when did you have this conversation with Tom Gashi?
I appeared also on television debates along with Tom Gashi. Before and after I became our lawyer, I want to thank him from this chair where I'm sitting now and from this session. Tom has never told me, he has always told me that making names public is absolutely forbidden. So I wish to thank him, even though he didn't mention any names, warning us not to mention any names or any statements because that would harm the process. Therefore, neither me nor Hasim or Toma mentioned any names. This is what he told us. Toma didn't say at any time that you have the right to publish any or to make public any information or to come out in press conferences. He just warned us not to mention any names, any publicly.
To distribute documents to those in attendance at the press conferences.
I never asked him about that because I'm the chairman of the WVA. He was not my counselor. He was merely our lawyer. I never asked him.
To distribute these documents without seeking legal advice. Is this correct?
lutem, ne nuk e
We didn't distribute, please, don't say that word. We merely said that some documents have leaked from the special court, which took us by surprise. Because to have those documents come out of your offices, we have a wise saying, I would think of death than of being confronted with this phenomenon. So I would have thought of dying 5 times than have these documents leak from your office and end up in our office. Whoever has done that, deliberately or unintentionally, to put us in this situation, you know better than us.
Saying you did not distribute the documents. At the first press conference, for example, you went there with 4 identical copies of the documents, didn't you?
unë kam qenë ato
Yes, I called the conference, but we did not distribute the documents. You must discover the person who stole those documents from you. You should find that, because
Press conference with 4 copies of documents, is this correct?
unë kam thënë
I called the press conference. This is true.
Conference, you had 4 copies of the documents. Is this true, yes or no?
It is true that I had 4 copies that were brought by your office. I will never deny that.
When you came out of the press conference, you had 1 copy of the documents with you. Is this correct?
That copy was, we called on the Kosovo prosecution office to come and get that copy. We publicly called on your investigators, and they came on the 8th of September and got it. This is the truth.
For those in attendance at the press conference to take these copies, is this correct?
ne si ju kemi thonë me
We didn't tell them, get them. We merely said, here they are on the table, but I never forced any journalist to take them.
When did you first talk with Mr. Tomegashi? This was after the second press conference, is this correct?
nëse s'gaboj, jo,
If I'm not mistaken, it was after the first conference. Yes, after the first conference, but I talked with him during the second conference.
During the second conference, the first time when you spoke with Tomegashi, is this correct?
po.
Yes, yes.
And the decision to call... Well, yes, just a moment, Mr. Yeah.
Could
Go
Ms.
ahead.
Spirici clarify that? Obviously, there was an interview when Mr. Gashi was present talking with Mr. Guzzati at the second conference.
Please clarify this point.
Mr. Guzzati, you did not speak with Tom Gashi prior to the first press conference, is this correct?
Po, shumë e vërtetë.
It is correct, I didn't.
Not speak with Mr. Gashi prior to the second press conference, is this correct?
Nuk ka qenë I pranishëm.
He was not present during the second conference.
Gashi was after the second press conference, is this correct?
Masi është përfunduar
After the second conference was over, Tom came to my office and we talked. So after the conference, he came to my office. There were some files when your Albanian-speaking investigator came to fetch them. That was when Tom was there.
Did you handle the third batch of documents after you spoke with Tom Gashi?
po ka ndryshuar Toma na ka këshilluar që
Yes, Tom advised us that these documents need to be handed over to your Albanian-speaking investigator. His presence was welcome because initially we did not want to hand over the document to anyone without the presence of the Kosovo police force in their capacity as a witness. So when those documents were in the past lost, trust was also lost. So we did not initially want to hand over documents without the presence of a third party, the Kosovo police.
Had already handed over documents to the SPO officers on the 8th of September 2020, didn't you?
I was off on the 8th of September. I said that the same 2 days ago. Faton did that, and the handover documents are available. Faton called me or sent me a text message, and I called him and ascertained that yes, documents had been handed over by Faton.
Klinaku to hand over the documents to the SPO officers without requesting Tongashi advice. Is this correct?
It's true, Tom was not present at the time. Faton phoned me, and I told him, give the investigators the whole file because it is of no relevance to us, and that continues to be the case.
Tongashi advice in order to decide whether to provide or not provide documents to the SPO officer. Is it right?
It's correct. I did not ask Tom. Tom was not present there. We authorized him after the first press conference. It is then that we hired him as our lawyer.
To your conversation with Mr. Klinaku on the 8th of September when you authorized him to hand over the documents. You said that you were not told on this occasion that a court order was served on your name to the KLA War Veteran Association. Is this correct?
Faton has been working there for about 20 years. If you allow me 20 seconds to explain, please. Faton has been working for 20 years, and there is no intention on his part to hide any documents from you or from anyone else. Faton told me of an order that has arrived from your office telling us to hand over the documents. And that has happened. That has happened with a handover document. That's what he told me on the phone, on that phone call. And then that document I was able to see upon returning to my office. It's a document that you seized upon my arrest there. That is the document that Faton has showed me.
Faton Klinaku told you that there was an order that had been served by the SPO. When you came back from holidays on the 15th or 16th of September, did he show you this court order?
I'm being clear. Am I understanding the question properly? Faton showed me the handover document as well as the authorization from your office ordering the seizure of the documents. It's the same document, so the authorization for the seizure of documents and the document for the handover of the documents. The latter signed by Faton Klinaku and your Albanian-speaking investigator. There was nothing in there suggesting that media appearances were discouraged.
In paragraph 14th of your statement, Mr. Gucati, in relation to the first delivery, you state that you were looking through the documents and in paragraph 15 of your statement, you said that when you opened the box, there was a piece of paper which was written in Albanian in pencil and said, we will bring another 7,000 files with documents. You told in the course of the examination in chief that you had lost these documents. Is this correct?
That is correct. It was it wasn't a document. It was just a piece of paper like this one with the writing on the back, which I crumpled up and chucked into the rubbish bin. It was a handwritten message, and I thought that it was not relevant at all. That's why I chucked it away, and that is the reason. Yes.
Documents when you opened this box, Mr. Guzzati. Who else saw it?
If I remember correctly, there were 3 or 4 other people, and I was the one who picked it up and sent it and chucked it into the bin, which is in our hallway, in our corridor. And when the cleaners did their job, it was lost.
Did Mr. Haradinaj see this document?
I believe so. Nassim is here. You can ask him that question. I saw it, I read it, and I said, this is a piece of paper that shows, and I'm citing here, that another 7,000 copies would be arrived. It was written in pencil, and I thought it was irrelevant, and that's why I disposed of it.
Naku dare to look at this handwritten document.
No, I don't think he was there. I had the document in my own hands. I read it just like this. They did not have the documents in their own hands. I was the only one who was able to see. The back of the page was blank.
Able to understand what was this page about? Is this what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that what was written there was, we will bring another 7,000 copies. And I showed my friends that this is what the piece of paper says. I don't think that they were able to read what was in there. And I said that that's not important. I was chucking it away. If I thought that that was significant in any way, I would have kept it. But I did not. And that's why I chucked it into the rubbish bin.
The piece of paper in your hand, and you said to the others, this piece of paper say they will bring 7,000 more documents. Is this correct?
Exactly as it's said on paragraph 15. It's very, very accurate. I took the piece of paper, I crumpled it up like this, and I chucked it into the rubbish bin.
Of the documents in the box. Is this correct?
That is correct. It was face down. Face down.
Saw this piece of paper, Mr. Guzzati.
I can't recall whether Chela was there, but people who work in our organization were there, but I cannot recall whether Chela was there. I could be wrong, though. But I told all of my friends around there that there was this piece of paper which has now been chucked into the bin.
When you opened the box on the 7th of September, do you recall who else was close to you, next to you, when you opened the box that you thought was a bomb?
Initially, we were all scared, Nassim and I and all the others. And we took the parcel and brought it over into my office.
And can you remember who else was there? Which persons were there?
Nassim and I, Fatan, if I'm not wrong, because we were taking coffee in my office when the secretary phoned us. They ran, given they were faster than I am on account of my leg, but we all were, we all went together to that parcel.
Page 13 of your statement, you say, it was in our interest to find out how the documents came to the KSC SPO offices. Now, the document that you decided to throw in the rubbish bin would have assisted you in understanding how the documents reached you, didn't it?
I don't know, given I'm not an expert in the field, and whether it would have helped or hindered, I have no idea.
And you consider it not important enough to keep it. You had 4,000 pages of documents in front of you, and this was one page too many, Mr. Guzzati.
Is that a proper question?
Is that a rhetorical question, or are you actually going to make it a question?
The question is, why did you decide to throw away this piece of paper? Why you did consider it not important?
As I said earlier, I thought it was worthless. It was handwritten 173 notes, and that's it. I mean, there's nothing to lie about here. There's no need to lie about it. I just chucked it. If you want to extend the proceedings here, asking the same question, we can stay in front of the honours here for as long as you like.
You had a genuine interest in finding out how the documents arrived to your office, and you decided to throw away this piece of paper. Is this correct?
There's a wise saying in our hands that if you're clutching the piece of straw, you can keep doing so. But let me repeat here. I would have died to know where these documents originate from. If I had known that piece of paper that had on it 17 and 3 zeros was of that kind of significance, I would have kept it and preserved it with my life.
Thank you. If you look, Mr. Guzzati, at paragraph 42 of your statement, please. You refer here to a conversation with the SPO investigator that you had on the 17th of September. And you told us that the SPO investigator told you that even if you waited for a month, it would not become the Kosovo police responsibilities to collect the files. Is this correct?
Thank you. You've been asking the same question three or four times. Your Albanian-speaking investigator came over. He spoke very fluent Albanian. He does not pronounce it as well, but speaks it well. He said we've come to collect the files if possible, and was said. And he said that our obligation is that we should go onto the upper floors to take a picture to see whether these are indeed our documents. He did so, came back and said we'll take them because they're ours. And I said no, the Kosovo police needs to be present at the handover point. And he said in the Albanian language, not in English. He said, Mr. Chairman, we can stay here for a whole month, but the Kosovo police will not be coming here to serve as witness. So we sought advice from Tom Gashi, and we came to an agreement that we would hand over the documents in the presence of the lawyer Tom Gashi. This is all. You can ask your own Albanian-speaking investigator about this conversation that took place in my office.
So he never said you could keep the documents for a month, and in fact wanted the documents back right away. Is this correct?
Nëse ka mundësi edhe një herë se
Can you repeat the question, please? I did not quite understand it.
Say on that occasion you could keep the documents for a month. In fact, he was requesting you to deliver the documents in that very moment. Is this correct?
nëse ke qenë ti ato, ashtu është shtu ti. Po unë po them se ti s'ke qenë ato fare, çka kemi bisedu ne. Zotnia më ka thonë edhe një muj ditë mundi të imani dokumentacionet, policia e Kosovës nuk vjen.
You were not present there at the time, so you don't know what happened. But he said that you can keep documents for a whole month, and we came to an agreement after talking to Tom Gashi, after which we handed over the documents. In fact, he took a coffee, and if you let me, if you allow me, I'll reveal a secret that one of the members of that office, even took a raki there during the working hours. There is no need for me to lie. I am not a man who's come here to tell lies. I'm telling you the whole truth.
Mr. Gucati, you just told us that he said that the files would not be picked up by the Kosovo police, even if you had to wait for the entire month. Is this correct?
Sorry to interrupt, but it looks like the live transcription is stopped.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, mine has too. Rather than wait around while they fix this, we'll go for our lunch break. See you back here at 2:30.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Your Honor, just to inform the court, I will not have many questions after the lunch break.
I'm sorry. I took my ears off first. Say
I
it
just
again.
wanted to inform the court for scheduling purposes that I will not have many questions after
Okay,
the lunch
thank you.
break. Yeah.
Rise.
Be seated. We continue with the cross-examination of Mr. Gucciati. Ms. Polizzi, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gucciati, do you have any remorse or regret for the actions you stand trial for?
Më falë, s'pa mu e kuptoj pyetjen për çka keni fjalën. Esenca kusht.
I can't understand. Can you please repeat the question?
Have any remorse or regret for the actions you stand trial for?
Deri me ditën e sot,
I have never had a chance to regret in the 54 years of my life, 30 years of work and so on and so forth, where I make a mistake, I apologize. There is no need for me to apologize for anything. I did not steal these documents and take them to the WVA headquarters. If I'd done that, I would apologize for that burglary. I have not committed to any burglary. I have not offended anyone. I haven't insulted any witness or anyone else. So there is absolutely no reason for me to apologize because I have not caused harm to anyone.
All over again.
unë jam deklaruar edhe më herët.
I said it earlier as well, yesterday and the day before. I'm not a guardian of anyone's, of this institution or the offices here in The Hague. I look after the work for which I'm paid. So please do not provoke me with questions regarding this documentation.
There are no further questions for the prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the Haradinaj defense have any questions?
No questions from us, Your Honour, thank you.
All right. Mr. Rees, any redirect?
No redirect, thank you, Your Honour.
All right, Mr. Gucciati, you may take your seat back there. You can stay where you are if it's more comfortable for you, or you can take a seat back where you were earlier.
Faleminderit nderuar.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Please. Some of the judges have some questions for you. We will begin with Judge Barta.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Mr. Gucciati, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Hello, good afternoon.
I have some questions in relation to what you said in your written statement that was submitted by your counsel. For the record, this is DHG 0472 to DHG 0491, and to what you have told us in your testimony over the last 2.5 days. I would like to start with paragraph 13 of your statement, where you said the following, and I quote, the files were left on the desk in the front office. The delivery man told Taibe. Mr. Gucciati, I assume that this is Ms. Miftari, is that correct, Taibe?
Yes.
The delivery man told Taibe to make the documents available to the person who speaks to the media. End of quote. On Monday, however, you told us, and I refer to Monday's transcript, this is page 2165, lines 10 to 11, that the person who brought the documents to the KLA-WVA on the 7th of September 2020 said, and I quote, "This one now is for those who speak on TV," end of quote. Mr. Gucati, as far as you remember, can you tell us exactly what the delivery person said to Ms. Miftari? What did she tell you in this regard?
Well,
She said that he left the package on the table and said, give this package to the person who speaks on TV. Maybe I said it in the plural rather than the singular. It is possible that I used the plural for it, but the message was, give this package to the person who speaks to TV, to the media.
And what was your understanding of that? To which person or to which persons did the unknown man refer?
In our organization, that's easy to understand because there's only two people, Gucati&Haradinaj and me. Nassim and I are the two who most frequently appear on TV programs. Faton does that, but very infrequently, but mostly it is me and Nassim.
Thank you. My next question, Mr. Gucati, concerns paragraph 17 of your statement, which reads, and I quote, "The close members of the committee, as above, namely Faton, Cele, Nassim, and I, and perhaps two others, held an urgent meeting. Given our position as regards the KSC SPO, we decided that we should make the delivery of the documents public. This was because we suspected that these documents were from the KSC SPO. We therefore decided to call a press conference," end of quote. Mr. Gucati, why did you suspect that the documents were from the KSC or the SPO?
Tokam deklaruar
2 or 3 days ago, I said that our suspicions arose because of the logo of the specialist court, and that is why we had our own assumptions. And then, additionally, we saw the seals and the names of the judges of this court. That led us to the assumption that they might come from the KSC.
And then you decided to call a press conference. My question, or my next question is, why didn't you inform the SPO or the Kosovo police or the prosecution or another Kosovo authority about the delivery of the documents? So why was it necessary to hold a press conference?
nevoja ka qenë
The need arose from the fact, which I mentioned earlier, that thinking that these documents could fall into some ill-doing individuals who might distribute these documents, blaming us for their distribution. So we wanted to show additionally that the KSC cooperates with the Serbian police. We have done exactly the same thing, and we made the same appeal to police to come and guard our headquarters in order to make sure that they check on these individuals delivering these packages.
In paragraph 19 of your statement, Mr. Gucati, you said, and I quote, "At the press conference, there were 4 identical copies of the documents, and they were laid out and made available to the press/media, unquote. Mr. Gucati, can you tell us why it was necessary to lay out the documents and make them available to the press or media instead of just informing the journalists about the delivery of the documents without making them public?
Ne kemi mendu për ta bin.
We thought that these were facts, and we wanted to convince the Kosovo public opinion. So we just wanted to substantiate our statement. We wanted the Kosovo press to be convinced that there was a set of documents that had been delivered to our organization. This was to serve as an argument that had indeed occurred.
Point of view, it was necessary to lay out the documents and to make them public, rather than just informing the press about the delivery, that there has been or had been a delivery. Is that right?
Yeah. We wanted to show that some documents had arrived. We had no idea how they came to us or how they leaked and so on and so forth. This is what we wanted to show. Otherwise, additionally, we wanted to show the media that the KSE cooperates with Serbian criminals. We didn't, as I said earlier, we did not appeal for them to come and take them. We wanted police to do that, and in fact that happened on the 8th when the investigators, Albanian, came and took a part of this file.
My next question refers to paragraph 20 of your statement, where it is said, and I quote, "When we agreed to call the press conference, Nazim asked to have the main say, and I agreed." I repeat. When we agreed to call the press conference, Nazim asked to have the main say, and I agreed. I then gave the floor to Nazim. I did not think Nazim would say anything unlawful, unquote. Mr. Gucati, what did you think Mr. Haradinaj would tell the journalists on the first press conference? Did you expect him to talk about the content of the documents?
I was fully aware that Nazim was not going to say anything unlawful. He would stay within the parameters of the law, and it is true that on that day I gave the floor to Nazim, who did speak at that event, but I do not believe that he said anything that would be in breach of the regulations of our organization or the law for that matter.
So is it fair to say that he did not, or that he stayed within the parameters of the law, not only of the law, but also within the parameters of your agreement, of what you decided prior to the press conference?
Yes, I think he stayed within the parameters of the law. He always has, as well as what's permissible within the WVA. It's an organization that exists to look after the KLA veterans and comrades, and I think that Nazim has always worked within the parameters of the law. That is my opinion.
Mr. Gucati, you mentioned that you agreed, or you said you decided to call a press conference and to make the delivery of the documents public. This is in paragraph 17 of your statement. So my question was, is it fair to say that Mr. Haradinaj, Nazim, also stayed within the parameters of what you decided prior to the press conference?
We had no written talking points on what we would use before the media, and I think that Nassim has always worked within the parameters of the regulations of the organization and the law, and I remain convinced that that is the case.
So you were not surprised what Mr. Haradinaj told the press or what he was talking about during the press conference?
No, I cannot recall. I'm not seeking to defend Nassim here. I don't know whether he said anything outside the regulations of the organization or the law. We have regulations of our own. It's a whole procedure that is envisaged in there.
Mr. Gucati, according to paragraph 30 of your statement, you said that on the 15th of September 2020, you returned from holiday. When you returned from holiday on the 15th of September 2020, did you have a meeting or a phone call with other members of the committee of the KLWVA in which the issue of further deliveries was discussed? Can you remember that?
Your Honor, I returned from holiday in the evening at around 10 o'clock at night. The stamp on the passport would attest to that. I returned late in the evening in my house, and on that particular night I did not speak to any member of my organization. And I don't think I've forgotten, but I don't think that on that evening I had a chance to speak to anyone, given that I returned very late.
Mr. Gucati, did you have such a meeting or phone call, as far as you recall, or other communication with other members of the committee before or after that date, meaning before or after the 15th of September 2020?
I had a phone call from Faton, where I asked how he got along with the KSC investigators. He said very well. We had 2 coffees together, and I gave them the documentation, and that was the last phone call, if I'm not mistaken, that occurred on the 9th of September. It's when I asked how he got along with the investigators from the KSC.
So no other communication, no phone call or meeting with other members of the committee on or before or after the 15th of September, on the 14th or on the 16th of September, for instance?
On the 16th, I returned into the office as per usual. I cannot recall. Frankly, I can't recall of any meeting. Well, meeting I did not have any because I was on holiday, but I haven't had any contact with other members of the board.
Your Honour, of course, his witness statement is available, and he can refresh his memory, it seems to me, from his witness statement. Mr. Gucati, you've got paragraph 30 and 31 of your witness statement. He doesn't have paragraph 31 available in the Albanian version to him. You see on the screen.
You're suggesting he does not have paragraph 31? It's on my screen.
He does now.
Oh, Oh, okay. All right. I didn't.
Microphone for the council, please.
Version that was visible had paragraphs 30 and 31. The Albanian version, because the spacing did not.
Understood.
He
can read it now.
He can now see paragraph 31.
Yes, he can take a look at it.
Po, shoh. E shoj në rrugë. Me 15 shtator.
Yes, I see it, Your Honour, in my statement. I might have put the date wrong here, but it is true that my car was photographed. The date might be wrong, it might be my mistake, but the gist of the statement remains. It is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Gucati, for the clarification. My next question concerns paragraph 35 of your statement. If you want to have a look at it. Where it is said that, and I quote, once again, those present from the committee decided to call a press conference and the procedure was the same as before, end of quote. Mr. Gucati, my question is, can you tell us who exactly was present when it was decided to call that press conference on the 16th of September 2020? In other words, who made this decision, apart from yourself?
Këtë vendim
The decision first and foremost came from me, Snin Gucati, Nasim, Faton, Chela, Metushi, and the other members of the closed board. We took that decision and followed exactly the same procedures during the first press conference. We took this decision and I authorized Faton to inform the media.
According to paragraph 47 of your statement, Mr. Gucati, you said that, I quote, we decided that we would hold a press conference as we had previously, unquote. Can you tell us again who exactly decided to hold that press conference on the 22nd of September 2020 after more documents were delivered to the KLA-WVA on that day?
The same people who were present in the office at the time. The same.
So by saying the same, you're referring to, again, to Nazim, Faton, Chele, and Mitush?
Yes. The second vice chairman was there, but as I say, he's unwell and he cannot talk and hear very well, which is why I have not been mentioning him. He has had an attack or a brain hemorrhage, and his name is Mijan Shaila, and that is why I have refrained from mentioning his name. You can inquire about him, but he's disabled, and I feel very sorry about it, and I wish him a speedy recovery.
Mr. Gucati, my next question pertains to paragraph 50 of your statement, where it is said that, I quote, after the press conference, the journalists were starting to leave the offices and a certain officer of the SPO arrived. The documents were handed over to the SPO officers, end of quote. On Monday, Mr. Gucati, you mentioned, and I refer to Monday's transcript, page 2202, lines 13 to 15, that there was a debate before the documents were handed over to the SPO. Can you tell us why there was a debate, or what was the debate about?
po edhe sot tregova.
I did touch on this debate today as well. The investigator who spoke the Albanian language said he initially wanted to have a look and take a picture of these documents to ascertain that they came from the SPO. He went upstairs, had a look, took pictures and sat down in my office and said that I had to take hold of these documents. And me and my friends, we told him that if you are to seize these documents, Kosovo police need to be here to monitor. This was the debate. We're not talking about an aggressive exchange, but a very calm and composed affair. We even had coffee together. And then Tom, who we had summoned, came over, and he advised us that the documentation can be handed over in his presence. This is what the debate was about, after which we handed over the documents to your investigator.
The debate was about the presence of the Kosovo police on that day. Is that right?
That is correct. Because as far as we know, every activity that is conducted by investigators necessitates the presence of Kosovo police, and that is what we know of the procedure in Kosovo, and that is the reason why we were reluctant to hand over the documentation. It's not that we did not want to hand it over, but we wanted our police to be there to monitor.
And my last question for today concerns paragraphs 57 and 58 of your statement. You told us on Monday, Mr. Gucati, I refer to Monday's transcript, page 2210, lines 2 to 4, that I quote, if these people, namely victims, supposed victims, or what you called our people, were interviewed in my country, I assume that this is Kosovo, then I would trust this court, end of quote. You also indicated that witnesses might have been taken to Serbia, and I assume again, to be interviewed there. Is that correct, Mr. Gucati? Is that what you meant on Monday?
It is correct, Your Honor. I said I'm against this court, and I remain against it, because this court does not convince us that it is able to investigate the crimes that have occurred in Kosovo. The crimes that police and the Serb Chetniks killed 6 Serbian civilians. This is what I said, and I stand by it. If this court were to investigate crimes in a non-discriminatory manner, and I stress non-discriminatory, only from that point onwards would I be able to extend my full support to this court.
Mr. Gucati, do you know anybody, without mentioning names, who was brought from Kosovo to Serbia by the SPO, the SITF, or the Kosovo Specialist Court in order to be questioned there?
Let me be frank and refraining from mentioning names. I've said it earlier, and I declared it to the media 1.5 years ago, and here 2 or 3 days ago. It is true that I saw a document there where it was written that this court has been established with the vote of the MPs from my parliament. And I asked the question, why did it not question witnesses in Kosovo, took them to Vranje, Niš, and Belgrade? And I haven't come here to lie before you. Yes, I did state before the media why did this court, which belongs to Kosovo and has been set up with the vote of my parliament and my MPs, does not work in Kosovo. It should have been located in Kosovo. What I have demanded all along is that there should be a local court that would work under international supervision. That is the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gucati. No further questions from me.
Faleminderit dat bjuwe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Guzzati. I also have a few questions for you today, and I would like to start with the first delivery of material and the first press conference that followed on the 7th of September of 2020. Can I ask, please, the registry to bring up what is Exhibit P1, please? The first thing, Mr. Guzzati, while it comes up that I want to ask you is simply to confirm that the material, as far as you recall, was delivered to the KLA WVA at around 9:15 in the morning on that day. Can you confirm that?
Precedent in de room van...
Thank you. I have mentioned here it might be 9:15 or 9:30. I didn't look at the time, but the truth is that it was about that time when the documents were delivered. It may be a difference of 15-20 minutes, but the truth is that it was after 9.
I'm grateful, and not tying you, of course, to an exact time, but could you also confirm that the press conference that followed later on that day, on the 7th of September of 2020, took place at around 1 p.m.? Would that be consistent with your memory?
I believe, yes. As far as I remember, it was this time. I know that we very quickly organized a press conference because it was an extraordinary one.
Bit about what you understood at the time, what type of material you were dealing with. Now, I think you've already told my colleague Judge Barty about it, but you understood and believed these documents to belong to the specialist chambers, the KSC. Is that correct, Mr. Guzzati?
Yes. As I said earlier, and I want to be very frank, we look at the logo and the names, and we thought that they belong to the specialist court. I can't deny that. But the reason why we made it public, I explained. If you need me, I can repeat it again.
In a second to that, Mr. Guzzati, but for the time being, can you also confirm, if you can, of course, that you believed and assumed at the time, and I'm speaking of the 7th of September of 2020, that you believed this document to be authentic? Is that right?
Your Honor, I also declared to a television medium that day, I am not an expert to establish the authenticity of the documents. I asked even for expertise. I informed also the Albanian-speaking investigator. I told him, you should make sure to discover who, brought these documents, and I declared it to a public and private television station on the same day.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm just asking you what your understanding was at the time of the press conference. And if you wish, I can read the relevant passage to you. But would it be correct to suggest that at the time when that conference was taking place, you believed these documents to be authentic? Is that the case?
Yes. Based on the logo of the court and the names that we saw there, we believed that they might belong to the special court.
Now, going to something slightly different that you've said, and it's paragraph 20 of your statement, so with the assistance of the registry, that would be DHG 0472, and it's at paragraph 20 of the statement. And Mr. Guzzati, I will direct you to the last sentence in that paragraph. I'll read it for you, Mr. Guzzati, and you have it on the screen. It's over 2 pages in the Albanian version. It says, you said, everything we decided on was in the interests of defending the rights of the veterans and the Keli. Can you see that statement, Mr. Guzzati?
Yes, I can.
That's what you meant by that. What did you mean to communicate when you said that everything we decided was in the interest of defending the rights of the veteran and the Keli?
I wanted to say that as chairman of the War Veterans and the leading council, consider it our obligation to uphold the interests of the veterans. This is laid down in the rules and statute and program. By this, I meant that we have been saying for years that this court is collaborating with criminals, meant that we should prove to the veterans that this court is indeed collaborating with these war criminals. I consider it my moral and ethical obligation to appear before the veterans and to show them how things really are.
At the same time, and again, if you disagree with the proposition, I mean, please say so, but at the same time, on 7th September already, you knew, didn't you, that the material that was being made available to the media contained the names of witnesses. You knew that on the 7th of September. Is that correct, Mr. Guzzati?
Your Honor, I did know very well that there were names. That's why we didn't publish them. That was why we didn't mention them, only to preserve their identity and independence.
And you knew, and I think you said it yesterday to Ms. Bolici, you also understood the material to be sensitive. Is that correct, Mr. Guzzati?
Yes, I said yesterday too that after I realized, because that's why I gave the floor to Nassim, because I wasn't feeling very well then, this doesn't mean that I didn't publish the documents. The documents were on the table, but I constantly cautioned the media not to make public any names or any statements. That is true.
I understand that. What I want to ask you is, you understood these documents to be sensitive precisely because they contain the names of witnesses. Is that a fair proposition?
Part of the documents, the overwhelming majority, were not confidential of the first batch. That was why I didn't notice the word confidential, because the first batch, most of the documents there were not confidential. They were materials of former trials, I think.
Well, again, I apologize if my question is not sufficiently clear. I'm asking you whether the fact that the names of witnesses were contained in the material was one of the factors that you took into consideration when you said and recognized that the material was sensitive. Was that one of the considerations you had in mind when you said this material is sensitive? You understood it to be so?
I am telling the truth. The batch was delivered to us, Your Honor. But the moment we realized, as I said, we didn't publish any names. We only stated that we received some materials and that might be sensitive. It's true, it is in the transcript. But we didn't allow any names to be published by us or the media. That's why we kept insisting for the names not to be published in the media.
Can the registry please bring up exhibit P59, please? Mr. Gucati, I apologize. Mr. Gucati, you will see on the screen in a second, it's a Facebook post that Ms. Bolici asked you about yesterday or the day before, and you've acknowledged it to be yours and indicated that you regarded it as the expression of your freedom of opinion and speech. Now, the first thing I want you to notice, we'll come back to that in a second, but it's on this first page, it's the date of 21st of September. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
If we can turn, please, to page 3, that would be 081985, please. There is a paragraph starting with the words, in addition with regard to the leaking. Can you find that in the Albanian version, Mr. Gucati? I'll read it to you in English and you will get a translation. It says, in addition, with regard to the leaking of these documents and correspondence between Serbia and the specialist chambers against the KLA, any questions as to which one of them leaked the very confidential and sensitive documents. Do you see that?
It is quite a long article and I can't find it.
Well, I'll read it into the transcript, and if there's any difficulty for you, Mr. Gucati, we'll try to locate it more specifically. But if you scroll down about 10 to 12 lines in the English, there's a sentence starting with, this action has several dimensions. Can you locate that?
Your Honor, if I may assist, is the sentence that starts with Ede per Haradinaj e Kate in the Albanian version.
I'm grateful to Ms. Polici. Can you locate it, Mr. Gucati?
No, I am trying to read it from the beginning.
Well, try to focus on the one that I would like you to comment about. It reads like this in the English. It says, this action has several dimensions.
Your Honour, apologies for interrupting. I'm not sure you can see the relevant part because we haven't scrolled down. I think he may be able to now.
I will read it into the transcript. There will be a translation, Mr. Rees, and if there's a difficulty, can you locate the passage, Mr. Gucati? It starts with, this action has several dimensions. Can you find it?
Yes, it's correct. This is what I said.
The publication of the file is a sensitive issue. The files include statements made by witnesses against the KLA structures, and the people who chose to hand the files over to the KLA WVA meant to burden it with a great responsibility. Can you read that?
continues, Your Honour, obviously to cause it to put a foot wrong.
Yes.
It is true that I said that and wrote that.
Mr. Guzzati, my question is, did you understand these files to be sensitive, as you call them, or very sensitive, to be more specific, because they contained the names of witnesses?
At the moment we realized they were sensitive, we stopped publication of the names and the statements. This is true. Once we saw that there were names, we cautioned all the media outlets not to publish names to preserve the privacy of these people. And we didn't mention any names. This is very true.
To my question, the answer is yes. You understood the document to be sensitive because they contained the names of witnesses, yes?
Once I saw names, I knew that the name shouldn't be published. Once I saw the names, I realized that the name of the person, whoever that person was, should be protected.
Now, going back to the date, Mr. Guzzati, this is the 21st of September that this Facebook post is posted by you. This is the day just before the third delivery of document and the third press conference. Is that right?
Yes, the Facebook date is the 21st, and I wrote quite an extensive description. It is true that on the 21st this article came out.
The 22nd, you had the third of your press conferences, correct?
Correct, to my recollection.
You made available to the media documents which you knew contained names of witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Something that you said about witnesses, and you asked already about it by Ms. Bolici, but I want to give you an opportunity to clarify things a little bit for us, and that is your reference to Albanian speakers when referring to certain witnesses. Do you recall being asked these questions?
Yes, this question was asked of me also during some public appearances of mine.
Exhibit P9, Mr. Guzzati, this is one of those appearances that I want to ask you about. And it's one appearance of the 7th of September 2020, and I think you indicated it might be one that took place late on that day. And I would like, please, to go to page 6 of that document. Mr. Guzzati, if you are able to locate it in the English version, this is a passage that starts with the word, "As we always said, the special court is collaborating with the Serbian prosecutors." Can you locate that in the Albanian version?
Yes, it's true.
what you said, I will read it for the record. You said, as we always said, the special court is collaborating with the Serbian prosecutors and is taking statements in Serbia and collaborating with witnesses, so-called Albanian speakers, who have been during that time and currently on the Serbian side. So the court is working with Albanian speakers, the ones that do not have the best interest of this country in mind. And the Kelly, do you recall saying that, Mr. Gucati?
Yes, Your Honor, I have said that, and I can say it again. Regarding certain witness who participated in the Maya massacre, whose name I cannot mention, who protested in '99 against the KLA and the NATO. They will always remain enemies of my people and nation. Thanking the United States and NATO and the European countries which helped us get liberated, I'm against those persons who protested against those who helped us. And when I saw the biography of Ademir Shari in those files, I was very angry and declared that someone who was killed together with 56 members of his family for his country, and then take testimony for him and question someone in Belgrade for that, how can you consider that?
You to page 11 of that same document, if I may. And that starts with a question from the newscaster who says, so you are saying that disprove, and so on and so forth. Can you see that?
Which line and page, Your Honor? I can't find that.
It's page 11, and it starts with a question directed to you from the newscaster that says, so you are saying that disprove.
I don't understand English. Please, can you say it in Albanian?
You won't get much Albanian out of me, I'm afraid, Mr. Gucati, but if you can listen to the words of the interpreter and try to locate the sentence in question. It says, so you are saying that disprove, that according to you, what you said is that the special court is a contrivance and a fabrication of the statements from Serbia. So they could prove guilt. Can you see that? It might be at page 12 of the Albanian version. I'll tell you what you recorded as saying, Mr. Gucati, while you try to find it. You are recorded as saying this. This is what we have been saying for 5 years now. As I mentioned previously, that it is a contrivance, a collaboration of a ring of Albanian-speaking people and Serbia, the special court that pretends and suspects that has failed and will fail as it failed, and this is one also bound to fail. And you're going on, if we turn to the next page, to say they are trying via some witnesses, or I would say some Albanian speaker, or I would say publicly some traitors of our country, without, and then you interrupted by the newscaster who says, Mr. Gucati, that is harsh. Can you see that?
Yes, I found it.
So, Mr. Gucati, who are, and without mentioning names, of course, who are those Albanian speakers, witnesses, who you had in mind when making these statements? And again, do not mention any names.
No, I won't mention names. The word who speak Albanian, I mean Albanian in name only. Those who think and act against our country. People who have participated in offensives, who have killed, massacred, raped, burned, protested. This is what I had in mind. And I have always said, if the special court deals with such people that are mentioned here, I believe it would fail. That was the reason why I cannot get convinced of this court when I see it deals with 17, 80 people wanted by Interpol who have committed crimes in Kosovo. People should be born and grow up truthful, and this is part of what I have always abided by, because with this witness that I have referred to several times who have committed crimes, or to his friends who have committed crimes, they are enemies of my country, along with those who protested against the freedom of my country. That state was established after we shed our blood and with the assistance of our friends.
You see the statements of any of these persons in the material that you reviewed, or was your statement more general? Because I understand you to be telling us that you did not look into the material with much detail, that you don't speak English, and that you speak a little bit of Serbian. So what I want to understand is, did you see the statement of any of these persons whom you refer to as Albanian speakers in the material you were making available to the media?
No, I didn't read any statements because there were many. But from what I saw, looked at initially, after I saw some 8 and read 7 or 8 of them, this is what I refer to. I didn't refer to any specific name. I have always spoke about what I saw, these 7, 8 documents that I looked at. And looking at the biography of Adem Yashari. Maybe there were 7, 8, or 10 at most.
Now, at paragraph 25 of your statement, if you need to see it, this is DHG0472, and you said it to us in this court as well. You explain, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that the reason for calling a press conference was a concern that some criminal or some ill-intentioned people might have the same information and might disclose it and blame the KLAWVA for it. Is that a fair description of what you say the reasons for the press conference is?
Yes, as I already said, out of fear that these documents fall in the hands of some ill-intentioned person that wishes my country ill, Kosovo, we published these documents because just they arrived at our organization, they might as well be delivered to other places. That's why we wanted to declare that these documents were delivered to us, and that the investigators of the special court might come and take them. I have asked them to assign people to protect the building. Maybe the first and the second time, the first time they couldn't find out who he was, but during the second and the third time they might have done so. If I wanted to distribute these documents, I wouldn't have called on them just formally, but I really meant what I said. Come and guard this organization in order to find out who that person is. Even the Kosovo police might have done that, or the ULEX, or the investigators who work there in Kosovo might have done that.
you say that the same reason that led you and your colleagues to call the second and then 2 weeks later the third press conference. So on all three occasions, your reasons for doing so is the one that you have just described. Is that what you are telling us?
Yes, Your Honor. We thought all along that you could not trust this person. He could have, photographed or written on a fake Facebook account that he'd handed over documentation. That is why we sought to make this information public through the media. That is the reason. It's in a way a lack of trust, as we Albanians suspect that somebody might have been seeking to trap us. So we suspected that maybe this person would take pictures and saying that this is where I've sent the documents to and so on and so forth. So we just wanted to make things transparent. No other reason.
Your last sentence answered my next question, but was there any other reason that played a part in your decision, and I mean your personally and those of your colleagues with whom you took that decision, that motivated your decision to make the documents available to the media? Was any other consideration at play there?
Two factors. The first, which I mentioned earlier, fear that these documents would fall into the hands of ill-wishers who distribute them into public venues, and the second is the one that we'd been stressing on for years on end, 4, 5, 6 years on end, which was that we wanted to remind the honourable MPs who were elected with 10,000 votes that this is what it was ending up to. We wanted to show that this is a specialist chambers which has been set up only to pursue Albanians, the Albanian nation, and not working in a non-discriminatory manner. We live in a universe, but not able to find a court that would persecute or pursue only one nation, and the Albanians, say the Americans, the Germans. We know that specialist chambers are formed within the boundaries of a certain nation. However, this specialist court which has been set up needs to pursue the crimes committed by Serbia. And I don't think that is fair and equitable justice. I'm not in seeking to make anyone guilty here because they are doing their own jobs, but they ought to be doing their jobs impartially and to follow every single case in a fair and equitable manner.
Could we please see Exhibit P2? Mr. Gucati, I will ask you to comment briefly upon something that Mr. Haradinaj Nasim said to a journalist. If we could go, please, to page 4 in the English version. That should be the same page in the Albanian. There is a sentence, Mr. Gucati, that starts with the word, "It is for us to demolish." Can you locate that? In the English version, it's in the middle of the page. It reads like this in the English: "It is for us to demolish, in the sense not demolition, but to discredit the real reason of this court, which is stating, I'm strong, I safeguard these, and I have accurate evidence. Now, is that a reason given by Mr. Haradinaj when asked to explain his actions is one that you share?
Fjalën demonim nuk e di.
I don't know how to describe that word demolition, but what we've said all along is that this court is not one we trust because of the reasons I mentioned earlier, because it is cooperating with criminals. And we have said...
I want... Your Honour, apologies for interrupting. I think Mr. Haradinaj is having problems hearing, and obviously this is a...
Can you hear it? Can you hear it, Mr. Haradinaj? So now, Mr. Gucati, what I want to understand from you is whether you share the statement and the view expressed by Mr. Haradinaj that one of the reasons for the steps taken was to discredit this court. Is that an opinion, a view that you share with Mr. Haradinaj, or is it something that you do not share with him?
I cannot find what Mr. Haradinaj said here, but I'm trusting what you're saying because I'm having difficulties, I say. But if Mr. Haradinaj said that, he did not mean to demolish the building. He meant to say that with the assistance of facts and arguments, we would make truth prevail. So we need facts and arguments, and in this way discredit an organization which has been collaborating with criminals and liars. This is the context of this statement, Your Honor. This is how I understand it.
Now, on the 18th of September 2020, and if there's a need, we'll go to the exhibit. It's P7 at page 6. Mr. Haradinaj goes a step further. He says the reason why we put this out, and he's talking about the material, is we want to put this out because we want to show to the judge that the job you have done is zero. Again, I ask you, is that a point of view that you share with Mr. Haradinaj, or is it one that you do not share with him?
I don't know what Mr. Haradinaj said because it is fairly possible that I was not there, so I don't know what interview that is, for which TV or which magazine, but it is a point shared by the WVA. Mr. Haradinaj cannot speak on his own behalf, given he is a deputy chairman, so if he has ever given a statement, he's given it on our behalf. It is our remit to defend our interests, Your Honour.
And with the assistance of the registry, can we have exhibit P28? This, Mr. Gucati, is what I will show you, the record of something you said on the 22nd of September 2020. That's the day of the third press conference. And I would like the registry to please go to page 9 in the English version. And there's a paragraph, Mr. Gucati, that starts with you speaking, saying, we have heard such rumors. Can you see that paragraph?
I can see the paragraph, but it It is fairly large. I can't see it. You can read it in the English language if you want.
In the English is the third or fourth sentence. It starts with the words, "But I'm not interested at all what somebody has done and who has got them out." You're talking about the documents. You say, "What interests me is the fact that they made it to my office, and my responsibility is to undermine the special court and to show to the public and everybody that the special court is working with the Serbian prosecutor." Now, can you tell us what you meant when you said that your responsibility was to undermine the special court? Can you explain that to us?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. I said that the specialist prosecutor collaborates with Vukcevic. The specialist prosecutor has been seeking from the Serbian MUP the biography of the legendary commander Adem Yashari. You can read that from line 21 onwards, where it says collaborates on the Adem Yashari group. He died a long time ago, 20 years ago or so, and that is exactly what they've said in the Albanian language. So when I saw a statement of this kind with my own eyes regarding somebody who has died alongside 56 members of his family, including a little child, that is as saddening as it gets for the citizens of my nation, Kosovo. And that has prompted me to say that the prosecutor collaborates with Vukcevic and demands or requests files on Adem Yashari from 21 onwards. And I mentioned one of our guys, Besim Rama, who was convicted and spent years in jail. So it's also so the file on this man who decayed, as it were, in Serbian jails. It's somebody who you'd feel sad to look at nowadays, and the prosecutors keep seeking information on them, and that is exactly what I was pointing to when I made the statement.
And you hoped, as you said in this document, that by making this document available to the media, you would undermine the special court. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, that is not quite correct, that I want to undermine this court, but I want to advise this court to collaborate with people who tell the truth, not with war criminals who have fought against us, raped us, evicted more than 1 million citizens of Kosovo who were sent to Albania, Macedonia, and other Western countries. That is what I've abided by, and I am against the specialist chambers because of these reasons. I mentioned it earlier. I'm not against these prosecutors. I don't know them personally. As far as I'm concerned, they are very good professionals, and it's their obligation to work on behalf of this chambers, but they should be collaborating with people who tell the truth, not with those who've persecuted us for 7,000 years. For 7 centuries, Albanians have been suffering in jails, and there's many a document in the archives to support this. I cannot trust a court that does not chase issues like the Panda case, where six Serbian mothers lost their children.
So when you said on public television that you wanted to undermine the special court, we must understand you to mean you wanted to advise it. Is that your evidence, Mr. Gucati?
That is correct, Your Honor. I wanted to advise it, not to undermine it and destroy it, but advise it not to collaborate with war criminals, but with people who are witnesses of fact, who have taken part. I'm not against chasing every single case in Kosovo. I am a vehement supporter of justice. And from that point of view, I have been against this court.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gucati, you confirmed in your evidence that you were the author of some posts on your Facebook account, which is in your name. And whereas you told us you expressed your opinion freely. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, with the exception of the time when my Facebook account was hacked into. I told police as well about it, but some of those posts are mine. Some of those are posts that I have drafted. I have admitted to 2 of those. Yes, it is true that there are a number of posts that I have myself drafted for my Facebook account.
Were you the only person who placed posts on your Facebook account with your permission? Or was there anybody else putting posts on your Facebook account with your permission?
In the majority of cases, that I was the only one, but there have been occasions when our technical secretary, which is a cousin of mine, has been authorized to put posts on my Facebook account. But on every single occasion, though, with my permission, not without.
If you saw a post on your Facebook account which was not put there with your authorization, would you immediately take it down?
Yes, I would. I wouldn't have allowed my Facebook account to insult anyone, even though I don't think that there's ever been a case of my Facebook account injuring anyone or causing harm to anyone.
Paragraph 8 of your statement that you are the chairman of the KLA War Veterans Association from the 15th October 2017 until your arrest. Now, as the chairman of the War Veterans Association, did you feel a duty of loyalty towards all veterans who had served in the KLA during the war?
Forgive me, let me just improve something. I have been chairman of the WVA from 2017, 15th of September. That's how I understood it.
Written down here. In any event, that's what it says in your statement. Would you like to correct that right now?
15th of October 2017, not 2015. Maybe I misunderstood it.
On that. Now, did you feel a duty of loyalty towards all veterans who had served in the KLA?
It is an oath of office as chairman of the WVA, and my own conscience and the wounds on my body, on my left leg, that is, would not allow me to do otherwise. With every fiber of my body, I try to act fairly. There's no one who is infallible. However, I try to look after every single member of our organization. I try to treat every single one equally. At least I try my best.
Conferences and the other media appearances in September 2020. How did your duty of loyalty towards all veterans of the KLA affect your view of witnesses who are willing to cooperate with the SPO in its investigations of veterans of the KLA?
I have never advised any witness not to cooperate with the specialist chambers. There are interviews or writings in the newspapers where I've said that for the sake of our country and our state, you need to cooperate by telling the truth. You can find that in Epokare, Express, and other media outlets in Kosovo. Throughout, I've said exactly the same thing throughout. I have tried to be transparent with my friends, in particular with the war veterans.
You made it very clear in your evidence, your feelings about the collaboration, as you describe it, between the SPO and the authorities of the Republic of Serbia. And today at page 26 of the transcript, you said in an answer to a question from Ms. Bolici of the SPO, you said, "We all know that Serbia is our enemy and that you have collaborated with Serb criminals and some others that have been associated with them." And then this afternoon, you referred to those who were, in your view, enemies of my country, along with those who protested against the freedom of my country. Now, my question to you is this. Does it follow that the SPO was and is, in essence, collaborating with the enemy, as it was and is collaborating with the Republic of Serbia?
If somebody colludes against the freedom of your country, what would you call these people who do not support their own country, their own freedom?
Understanding that during the events of September 2020, you considered that all witnesses who were cooperating with the SPO were, in essence, collaborating with the enemy, because the SPO was collaborating with Serbia. Is that a correct understanding?
I have not read the names of the witnesses and I had no idea who they were, but if they were to collaborate with Serbia, they would be enemies because Serbia is an enemy of my country. Serbia continues to lay claim upon Kosovo to this day, so that if you're collaborating with the Serbs, as far as I'm concerned, the conclusion is the same.
Right, so just does it follow from what you've said that a witness who collaborates with the SPO, which is collaborating with Serbia, is a witness who is collaborating with the enemy? Is that how you see it?
No, what I'm saying, Your Honour, is with reference to those who have been our own opponents and who are well known. I mentioned the name there. I have not extended this to every other witness, but I meant this particular witness, this particular witness whose name I mentioned, and I'm always referring to these witnesses.
Mr. Gucati, in your evidence, you've been asked about the distinction between witnesses who told the truth and witnesses who were liars. Could you clarify for the court, what is your view about witnesses who tell lies to the SPO about the activities of veterans of the KLA?
Those who lie are called liars. There's no other name for it. If they tell untruths, they are liars. They can't be called anything else.
And what consequences should follow from their action?
They haven't had any consequences. I don't think there will be any. It will just weigh heavy on their conscience. It will just weigh on their human conscience. But I am not aware of a case of somebody having suffered any consequences. This does not exist in our opinion. At least that is something that I believe very strongly in.
What specific steps did you take to distinguish between witnesses who told the truth to the SBO and witnesses who told lies to the SBO? What specific steps did you take to distinguish between those two groups?
I haven't taken any steps. I don't intend to take one, but I'll leave that to the conscience of every single one, and the respect towards them. Respect is mutual. If you respect someone, you'll get the respect back. Otherwise, no.
Mr. Gucati, thank you. Judge Smith.
Thank you, Judge Gaynor. Are we finished with this witness, Madam Prosecutor? Anything further?
Nothing further for the prosecution.
Mr. Rees? Mr. Boys?
Nothing as far as I'm aware, Your Honour, but
Thank you.
if there is anything overnight, I'll let you know in the morning.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Gucati, that concludes your testimony. You may remain seated there if you wish. We won't be too much longer. Or you can go back to your regular seat if you prefer.
Just to remind the panel that we do, of course, seek admission of the statement.
Yeah, I was just going to get to that. Thank you. You still want it admitted, the statement admitted?
Yes.
We will make an exception and not require a summary of the witness statement, as Mr. Gucati testified extensively in chief. Of course, if you have a summary ready and want it read into the record, we can do that. Does the SBO object to the admission of the statement of Mr. Gucati?
Yeah, in this particular occasion, Your Honor, we will not object to the admission of this statement.
Thank you. The panel admits the written statement of Mr. Gucati in evidence under Rule 154 of the rules. The defense for Mr. Gucati is ordered to disclose by 17 December 2021 a public redacted version of the statement, redacting the names in paragraph 36. CMU is also instructed to add in legal workflow the public redacted version of the exhibit once it is disclosed, and to mark it as redacted. Madam Court Officer, please assign an exhibit number to this item and state it on the record.
Your Honor, the statement will receive number 1D3.
Thank you. The panel, I realize we're getting to the end of our time, but I want to go over these matters. The panel wants to address some scheduling matters between now and the 17th of December. Ms. Bolici, your cross-examination estimate for the next 6 witnesses of the Gucati defense was 2 hours for each, and I understand there's been, you understand there's been an adjustment. Does that still stand, or can the panel be hopeful that you would have an average 1 witness per 1.5 hour session between tomorrow and Friday, just for those 2 days?
As an average, it's an accurate estimation, Your Honor. There will be witnesses for whom we will still require a longer amount of time, and there might be witnesses.
But for the first 2, perhaps we're okay for tomorrow.
For the first 2, the first one, certainly yes. For the second, perhaps we might need the full 2 hours, yeah.
Okay.
4 hours that we stated. Yeah.
Mr. Rees, anything to add to that estimate for those 2 witnesses that we could have tomorrow and Friday?
No, I think as far as planning for the defence is concerned, we will seek to have available for each session of the day a witness, in the hope that the SPO are quicker than they estimate. If they're not, they're not. But that's what we will aim to try to do.
We appreciate that. The panel would want to finish with the Gucati case by next Wednesday, if possible. As I said, we are expecting to have some court time in the morning of 15th of December, 2 sessions, and hopefully we can finish with the first defense case. Ms. Bolici, I said earlier that you should inquire whether the 2 SPO witnesses mentioned by Mr. Reese are available next Thursday or Friday. Add to that the next Wednesday morning as well as an option. So you can have any one of those 3 days. We can take them out of order.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well noted.
Okay. Now, Mr. Warboys, Mr. Buckley, then it's the turn of the Haradinaj defense. Here are some questions for you which you do not have to answer today, but we expect to get some answers tomorrow. We have scheduled 2 hearing days next week, Thursday and Friday. We expect to hear the Haradinaj defense opening statement on Thursday, and then to start the evidence in your case immediately after. The panel is aware that the testimony of Mr. Haradinaj cannot be finished within those 2 days. And in our estimation, it would not be good to break it into segments with a long break in between. So the panel would want instead that you call 2 of your other witnesses, 1254, 1246, or 1252, whichever 2 are available, because we think that their testimony can be heard in those 2 days. We are factoring in the 2 prosecution witnesses that I mentioned earlier that Mr. Reese wants to examine, and it sounds like it won't be a very lengthy examination. If we do not start the Haradinaj case next week, we cannot finish it by the 17th of January as we planned. And that is without factoring in the results of the decision on appeal. So after the 17th of January, our courtroom options are limited, and the panel does not want to drag out the defense case over many weeks, which is not fair to you. So these are our thoughts. We will expect to hear from you tomorrow. If you have some answers now, the floor is yours, but we don't want to pressure you. I know you want to talk to Mr. Cadman, no doubt. But you understand what our purpose is to try to get 2 witnesses in, and then after the break, we can ask Mr. Haradinaj for his testimony, and that way he won't be interrupted. Do you understand all that?
Yes, Your Honour, thank you very much for the indication. We'll take instructions overnight and speak to the team. The opening, of course, won't be a problem, but we'll come back to you on our position with the witnesses, but thank you for the direction.
Anything to add to that, Mr. Buckley?
No, nothing further. Simply to acknowledge what Mr. Warboys has said, that the opening statement isn't an issue. We can confirm that now. As for the rest of the indication of Your Honours, then, as noted by Mr. Warboys, instructions can be taken overnight, and we'll be in a position to advise accordingly tomorrow.
All right. Now, Mr. Buckley and Mr. Warboys, the panel has heard over the last 3 days of some complaints about the Haradinaj, or from the Haradinaj defense, all related to their ability to participate effectively and associated issues of fairness. First of all, we all know that the current situation is not easy, and we hope Mr. Cadman recovers quickly, but the panel is not persuaded that there is merit to the complaints made by the Haradinaj defense. This is for the following reasons. A co-counsel has the same right and duty as a lead counsel to take instructions from and represent the client. And in fact, one of the main reasons why we have co-counsels in this court who meet the strict requirements for such an assignment is to cover for situations when lead counsel is unavailable, whether due to illness or to any other reason. Representation by co-counsel ensures that the right of the accused to the expeditious proceedings and effective representation are not prejudiced by the absence of one of his counsel. And I also note that several members of the Haradinaj defense, including counsel, have been able so far to follow these proceedings. We had no private sessions on Monday and Tuesday, and today we had 1, and it was very brief. Members of the Haradinaj defense continue to have remote access to all KSC systems, including the full transcript of all courtroom proceedings in real time during any private sessions. Although you have not been aware of the existence of this tool, I hope by now, Mr. Buckley, you have found it. Members of the Haradinaj defense following the proceedings remotely have a feed to the exhibits shown in the courtroom, and these are also available in legal workflow, as are the presentation cues. The Haradinaj defense has at its disposal various methods of real-time communication with your team members in and outside of the courtroom, mainly email and chat functions. Now, I know that yesterday there were some difficulties caused by the network outage, but that was clearly beyond the help of this organization. The registry has informed the panel that the registry facilitated contact between Mr. Haradinaj with his counsel. Specifically, we understand that Mr. Haradinaj called 2 telephone numbers of counsel yesterday afternoon, and no one picked up. We understand from the registry that no member of the Haradinaj defense called Mr. Haradinaj back to inquire why he had tried to contact his defense team. So there cannot be any suggestion of unfairness when this panel and this registry is doing to best, I'm sorry, there can be no suggestion of unfairness when this panel and this registry is doing its best to advance these proceedings to the benefit of your client, and you are actually the one who is uninformed of tools at your disposal to make this work. We also want to emphasize that several deadlines have been missed by your group on several occasions. So please, let's be reasonable and move on from these matters and try to complete this trial in a reasonable and efficient manner. Mr. Reese, tomorrow morning we will start with witness 1241. You may read out her statement as you suggested, except for the text in paragraph 35 after the first 2 sentences and paragraph 40. As to the other witnesses, we will give you instructions as we go. I believe that concludes everything. Mr. Reese, anything?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the prosecution?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from the Haradinaj defense? All right. We are adjourned. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you for your attention today. Thank you very much to the interpreters and the other court personnel and court reporter who have all been working so hard today.
All rise.